Welcome to another exciting episode on Hero Academia Hub. Today, we're exploring a captivating tale called What If Deku's son of Mirko was reborn in DxD and conquered all Devil Queens as Beast King. Before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It helps more than you know. And now, the story awaits. Chapter 1, The Rabbit Falls. The beast rises. The explosion rocked the entire downtown district, sending chunks of concrete and glass raining down on the evacuated streets. Izuku Midoriya, son of the legendary rabbit hero Mirko, bounced off a building's side and landed in a perfect three-point stance, his long rabbit ears twitching as they picked up the sounds of civilians still trapped 2 blocks over. "Mom!" 3 civilians trapped in the east parking structure, he shouted into his comm unit, muscles coiling before he launched himself 20 feet into the air with a single powerful jump. "On it!" Mirko's voice crackled back. "You keep that dimension-hopping freak busy until backup arrives." Izuku grinned, the adrenaline pumping through his veins. At 22, he'd spent the last 4 years as a pro hero, working alongside his mother and carving his own legacy. The media called him Leporine, a name he hated but his mom found hilarious. They made quite the team, Mirko with her unmatched rabbit quirk and him with his hybrid version that combined her physical abilities with analytical enhancement. Another explosion lit up the sky as the villain, who called himself Void Walker, tore another hole between dimensions. The air shimmered and warped as the man in the tattered lab coat pulled energy from what looked like a tiny black hole floating above his palm. "You heroes are so predictable," Void Walker sneered, his eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light. "Always showing up to save the day, never understanding the bigger picture." Izuku didn't waste time on a witty comeback. He launched himself forward, his enhanced leg muscles propelling him at speeds that made him nearly invisible to the untrained eye. His fist connected with Void Walker's jaw, sending the villain skidding back 20 feet. "That all you got, rabbit boy?" The villain wiped blood from his mouth. "Your mother hits harder." "Yeah, she does." Izuku's ears twitched forward, a tell his opponents never seemed to learn meant he was about to move. "But I think smarter." He'd already calculated 3 possible attack patterns, analyzed the timing between Void Walker's dimensional rifts, and noticed the villain's left leg dragging slightly after each portal creation. Izuku feinted right, then spun into a devastating kick that connected with the villain's weak side. The force sent Void Walker crashing through the window of an abandoned office building. Izuku followed, hopping through the shattered glass with ease. The villain was already back on his feet, eyes blazing with rage. "You're becoming a real pain, kid." Void Walker's hand started glowing again. "Let's see how you handle a one-way trip." The air in front of Izuku began to distort and twist. He recognized the pattern. Void Walker was creating his largest portal yet, not to attack but to send Izuku somewhere he couldn't return from. His comm unit crackled. "Izuku! Get out of there now." His mother's voice carried an edge of fear he'd rarely heard. "Can't." He crouched, calculating angles. "If I bail, he'll target the evacuation zone. Backup is 3 minutes out, that's 3 minutes too long." Izuku took a deep breath. "I've got this." He launched himself at Void Walker just as the portal fully formed between them. The villain's eyes widened in surprise, he hadn't expected a frontal assault. Izuku's fist connected with the villain's sternum, sending them both tumbling toward the swirling vortex. "You idiot!" Void Walker screamed. "If we both go in, neither of us is coming back." "That's the plan." Izuku grabbed the villain's lab coat, ensuring he couldn't escape. The portal's edge touched his back, sending ice-cold pain shooting through his body. End of the line. The last thing Izuku saw was his mother bursting through the doorway, her eyes wide with horror as both he and Void Walker were sucked into the dimensional rift. Then everything went black. Pain. That was the first sensation that registered. Every muscle in Izuku's body felt like it had been stretched, compressed, and twisted inside out. His eyes fluttered open to a night sky filled with unfamiliar stars. What the hell? He groaned, pushing himself up on his elbows. He was lying in what appeared to be a park, surrounded by trees and well-manicured grass. No sign of Void Walker or the battle that had been raging moments ago. Izuku's hand went to his face, feeling for injuries. Everything seemed intact, including his rabbit ears, which twitched at the sound of distant traffic. At least his quirk still worked. He tried to stand, but a wave of dizziness sent him crashing back to the ground. "Take it easy," he muttered to himself. "One step at a time." After a few deep breaths, he managed to get to his feet. His hero costume was torn in several places, but the reinforced material had protected him from serious injury. He patted his utility belt, finding his phone missing but his emergency GPS tracker still in place. Fat lot of good that would do if he was in another dimension. A rustle in the bushes behind him made his ears twitch. Izuku dropped into a defensive stance, his muscles tensing despite the protest of pain. "Who's there?" he called out, scanning the darkness. The bushes parted, and a creature emerged that made Izuku's blood run cold. It looked vaguely humanoid but with gray leathery skin, bulging black eyes, and rows of needle-like teeth. It hissed at him, saliva dripping from its jaws. "Okay, definitely not in Kansas anymore," Izuku muttered, backing up slowly. The creature lunged with surprising speed. If Izuku had been human, it would have torn him apart. But with his enhanced reflexes, he easily sidestepped the attack and delivered a powerful kick to the creature's midsection, sending it flying into a tree trunk. Instead of being deterred, the sound of the impact seemed to attract more of them. 3 more creatures emerged from the darkness, their eyes fixed hungrily on Izuku. "Great. Just great." Izuku dropped into his fighting stance again. "Anyone want to tell me what the hell you things are?" The creatures answered by attacking in unison. Izuku's training kicked in as he dodged, weaved, and countered. He launched himself into the air, coming down with a powerful axe kick that crushed one creature's skull. Another grabbed his arm, its claws digging into his flesh, but Izuku twisted and broke its grip before delivering a punch that sent it flying. The third creature managed to rake its claws across his back before Izuku could spin around. He gritted his teeth against the pain and grabbed the thing by its throat, squeezing until he felt something crack beneath his fingers. The creature went limp, and Izuku dropped it to the ground. "What the actual fuck were those?" he panted, examining the corpses. Up close, they looked even less human, more like demons from some horror movie. A slow clapping sound made him whirl around, fists raised. My. That was quite impressive," a female voice called from the shadows. "Most humans would have been torn to shreds by those stray devils." A young woman stepped into the moonlight. She had long crimson hair that seemed to glow in the darkness, striking blue-green eyes, and a figure that would have made Izuku blush if he wasn't so on edge. She wore what looked like a school uniform, though not one he recognized. "Devils?" Izuku repeated, not lowering his guard. "Who are you?" "Rias Gremory," she said with a smile that was both charming and calculating. "And you are clearly not an ordinary human, despite appearances." Her eyes lingered on his rabbit ears. "Some kind of yokai, perhaps?" "I'm a hero," Izuku said automatically, then shook his head. "Look, I need to know where I am and how to get back to Mizudafu City." Rias tilted her head, curiosity evident in her expression. "Mizudafu? I'm not familiar with it. This is Kuo Town, in Japan." She gestured around them. "And you're standing in the middle of my territory." "Your territory?" Izuku's ears twitched with confusion. Nothing about this made sense. "Japan, okay, but I've never heard of Kuo Town." "And what do you mean by, your territory?" Rias studied him for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. "Why don't you come with me? You're injured, and there may be more strays nearby. We can talk somewhere safer." Izuku hesitated. His hero instincts were sending mixed signals. The woman didn't seem threatening, but there was something distinctly not human about her. Still, he was in an unknown location, injured, and had just fought what she called devils. Information was what he needed most right now. "Lead the way," he finally said, wincing as the movement pulled at the wounds on his back. Rias smiled again, this time more genuinely. "Excellent. My friends are just over there." She pointed toward a cluster of trees. "Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, you can come out now." 3 more figures emerged from the darkness. A tall, beautiful young woman with long black hair tied in a ponytail, a handsome blonde boy who looked about Izuku's age, and a petite white-haired girl with an expressionless face. "Everyone, this is..." "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name," Rias said. "Izuku Midoriya," he replied, watching the newcomers carefully. They formed a loose circle around him, but didn't seem immediately hostile. "Izuku, these are my servants, Akino Himejima, Yuto Kiba, and Kaneko Tuju." "Servants?" Izuku's eyebrows shot up. Era, he looks confused," the black-haired girl, Akino, said with a giggle that somehow managed to be both sweet and slightly sadistic. "He smells strange," the small white-haired girl, Kaneko, stated flatly. "Like a rabbit, but different." The blonde boy, Kiba, just gave a friendly smile and a small bow. "Nice to meet you, Midoriya-san." "Okay, look," Izuku said, feeling his patience wearing thin. "I appreciate the help, but I need straight answers. Where am I? What were those things? And what are you people?" Rias exchanged glances with her companions before turning back to Izuku. "As I said, you're in Ko town. Those creatures were stray devils who have gone rogue and prey on humans. And as for us..." Her smile widened as what looked like bat wings suddenly extended from her back, followed by similar wings appearing on her companions. "We're devils too. The difference is, we're the good kind." Izuku sat in stunned silence as Rias finished her explanation. They had moved to what she called the Occult Research Club room, a converted old schoolhouse on the campus of Ko Academy. His wounds had been treated by Akino, who apparently had healing magic, and he'd been given fresh clothes to replace his tattered hero costume. "So let me get this straight," Izuku finally said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Devils, angels, and fallen angels are real. They've been at war for centuries. Now there's an uneasy peace, but rogue elements on all sides are trying to disrupt it. And you're not just any devil, but a high-ranking noble from one of the remaining pillar families." "That's the simplified version, yes," Rias nodded, sipping tea from an ornate cup. "And you think I'm, what exactly? Some kind of yokai because of my ears?" "That was my first thought," Rias admitted. "But you don't have the aura of a yokai. In fact, your aura is quite unlike anything I've encountered before." Izuku sighed, his rabbit ears drooping slightly. "That's because where I come from, about 80% of the population has what we call quirks, superpowers, essentially. Mine is inherited from my mother. Enhanced strength, speed, and agility, plus the obvious physical traits." He flicked one of his ears for emphasis. Now it was Rias and her group's turn to look surprised. Kiba leaned forward, interest clear on his face. "A world where most humans have superpowers. That sounds fascinating. And dangerous," Kaneko added quietly from her seat in the corner, where she was methodically working her way through a plate of cookies. "It has its challenges," Izuku admitted. "That's why we have professional heroes, like my mom and me. We were fighting a villain with a dimensional manipulation quirk when I got sent here." "Interesting," Akino said, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "Cross-dimensional travel isn't unheard of, but it's extremely rare and usually requires powerful magic." Izuku nodded, his analytical mind already working on the problem. The villain, Void Walker, had been opening increasingly large portals. The last one was meant to be a one-way trip for me, but I pulled him in two. I haven't seen any sign of him since waking up here, though. We'll keep an eye out, Rias promised. But in the meantime, we need to figure out what to do with you. I need to find a way home, Izuku said firmly. That may not be so simple, Rias replied, her expression turning serious. Dimensional travel is complex magic, even for the most powerful devils. It could take time to research a solution. Izuku's shoulders slumped slightly. He'd been afraid of that. Then I guess I'm stuck here for now. Don't look so glum. Akino said with a smile. Think of it as an adventure. And you've already made friends, haven't you? Before Izuku could respond, the door to the club room opened, and a bespectacled young woman with short black hair entered. She wore a different uniform than Rias and her group, but carried herself with a similar air of authority. Rias, I felt the presence of stray devils in the park earlier, but the aura disappeared before I could. She stopped short when she spotted Izuku, her eyes narrowing behind her glasses. Who is this? Sona, perfect timing. Rias gestured to Izuku. This is Izuku Midoriya, a visitor from another dimension who helped us eliminate some strays. Izuku, this is Sona Citri, president of the student council and a fellow devil of noble standing. Izuku stood and bowed slightly, remembering his manners despite the surreal situation. Nice to meet you, Citri-san. Sona's eyes lingered on his rabbit ears before she returned the bow with precise formality. Likewise, Midoriya-san. Another dimension, you say? It's a long story, Izuku said with a weary smile. I'm sure it is. Sona turned to Rias. May I speak with you privately for a moment? The two devil leaders stepped outside, leaving Izuku with the others. He could faintly hear their conversation with his enhanced hearing, though they were speaking in hushed tones. Are you certain about him? Sona was asking. His power signature is unusual. I know, Rias replied. That's what makes him interesting. He fought off 3 stray devils without breaking a sweat, Sona. And look at him, have you ever seen ears like that outside of a sacred gear manifestation? You think he has a sacred gear? I'm not sure. It could be this quirk he mentioned. Either way, I want to keep him close until we know more. Just be careful. Unknown variables are dangerous in our world. Izuku pretended not to have heard when they returned. Sona gave him another appraising look before addressing Rias again. I'll have my peerage keep an eye out for any unusual activity. If this Void Walker person arrived in our dimension as well, we should find him quickly. Thank you, Sona, Rias said with a nod. After Sona left, Rias turned to Izuku with a bright smile. Well then, we should sort out your accommodations. You'll need a place to stay while we figure out how to get you home. I don't want to impose, Izuku began. Nonsense, Rias waved away his concern. As the devil in charge of this territory, I consider it my responsibility to assist visitors, especially those who help eliminate threats. He could stay with me, Kiba offered. I have a spare room in my apartment. Perfect, Rias clapped her hands together. And tomorrow, we can begin looking into your situation more thoroughly. For now, you should rest. Dimensional travel must be exhausting. As they were preparing to leave, Izuku felt a strange sensation wash over him, a warmth that started in his chest and spread outward. He gasped, doubling over as the feeling intensified. Midoriya-san. Kiba was at his side immediately, a hand on his shoulder. What's wrong? I don't know, Izuku managed through gritted teeth. Something's happening. The warmth turned to heat, then to burning pain that made him cry out. His vision blurred, but not before he saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. There was a green glow emanating from his chest, growing brighter by the second. Rias. Akino called out. Look at his back. Izuku felt something shifting beneath his skin, pressure building along his spine. With a sound like tearing cloth, the back of his borrowed shirt split open as something burst forth. The pain reached a crescendo, then vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. He slumped forward, panting heavily. When he looked up, everyone was staring at him with wide eyes. "What?" he asked, voice raspy. "What happened?" Rias pointed to a mirror on the wall. "See for yourself." Izuku staggered to his feet and turned to look. What he saw made his jaw drop. Extending from his back were two large, feathered wings, not bat-like like the devil's, but covered in emerald green feathers that seemed to shimmer with inner light. They twitched and spread wide as he stared, responding to his shock. "That's not all," Kaneko said quietly, pointing to his hands. Izuku looked down to find his nails had lengthened into claws, sharp and curved. When he touched his face, he felt subtle changes, his canine teeth slightly more pronounced, his jawline somehow stronger. "What's happening to me?" he whispered. Rias approached him slowly, her expression a mixture of fascination and concern. "I believe," she said carefully, "that the transition between dimensions has awakened something in you. This is no ordinary quirk manifestation." "Then what is it?" Izuku demanded, fighting back panic. "If I had to guess." Rias reached out to touch one of his wings, her fingers gentle against the feathers. "I'd say you've awakened a sacred gear, a divine weapon bestowed upon select humans by the God of the Bible. But it's unlike any I've ever seen or heard of. It almost looks like..." Akino began, then stopped herself. "Like what?" Izuku prompted. Akino and Rias exchanged glances before Akino continued, "Like a beast king manifestation. There are legends about a power that combines human intelligence with primal beast strength. But they're just old stories, not documented sacred gears." Izuku closed his eyes, focusing on the new sensations in his body. The wings, the claws, the subtle changes to his face, they felt right somehow, as if they'd always been part of him, just dormant until now. "How do I make them go away?" he asked, opening his eyes again. "I can't exactly walk around town like this." "Sacred gears can usually be retracted with concentration," Kiba explained. "Think of them folding back into your body, becoming dormant again." Izuku nodded and closed his eyes once more. He visualized the wings retracting, the claws shortening, his face returning to normal. To his surprise, it worked. He felt the wings fold and vanish, the other changes reversing until he felt like himself again. When he opened his eyes, everyone was watching him with renewed interest. "Well," Rias said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "This certainly complicates things." The next week passed in a blur of new experiences and information. Izuku stayed with Kiba, who proved to be a gracious host and patient guide to the strange new world he found himself in. During the day, they would explore Ko Town, with Izuku marveling at how similar yet different it was from his Japan. At night, he would join Rias and her peerage on their devil duties, mostly fulfilling contracts with humans and hunting the occasional stray devil. To blend in, Rias had enrolled him as a transfer student at Ko Academy, using her family's influence to create the necessary paperwork. He wore a special cap to hide his rabbit ears, claiming a medical condition when asked, and tried to adjust to being a student again after years as a pro-hero. His newly awakened powers were another matter entirely. Rias had arranged for him to use an abandoned warehouse on the edge of town for training, where he could safely explore his abilities without risking exposure. "Focus on the feeling," Akino instructed as Izuku stood in the center of the warehouse, eyes closed in concentration. "Sacred gears respond to emotions and will. Think about what triggered the transformation last time." Izuku nodded, digging deep into his memory. "The pain, yes, but before that, the warmth in his chest. The feeling of something awakening." He concentrated on that sensation, trying to recreate it. Nothing happened. "Maybe try thinking about protection," Kiba suggested from where he leaned against the wall. Many sacred gears activate when the wielder feels threatened or needs to protect something. Izuku thought about his mother, about the civilians he'd sworn to protect as a hero. He thought about Rias and her group, who had taken him in despite knowing nothing about him. The warmth began to build in his chest. That's it, Akino encouraged. Keep going. The warmth spread through his body, but instead of pain, this time he felt a surge of strength. His skin tingled as the transformation began, wings erupting from his back, nails lengthening into claws, face shifting subtly. Impressive, Ria said, entering the warehouse with Kaneko trailing behind her. You're getting better at controlling it. Izuku flexed his wings experimentally. They felt stronger than before, the feathers somehow more vibrant. It's getting easier, he admitted. But I still don't understand what it is or why it happened now. I've been researching, Ria said, holding up an ancient-looking book. There are references to a power called the Beast King's Dominion in some of the older texts. It's described as a sacred gear that allows the wielder to channel the strength and abilities of primal beasts. Like my rabbit quirk? Izuku asked. Possibly, Rias nodded. The text suggests it adapts to the wielder's nature. In your case, it seems to have latched onto your existing abilities and enhanced them. The wings are an interesting addition, though. Izuku concentrated, feeling the power flowing through him. On instinct, he crouched and then launched himself upward, his powerful legs combined with a thrust from his wings sending him soaring 30 feet into the air. He hovered there for a moment, wings beating steadily, before landing gracefully. Holy shit, he muttered, staring at his hands. That was incredible, Kiba finished for him, eyes wide. You're stronger in this form, Kaneko observed, speaking up for the first time. Your aura is more wild. Izuku looked at her curiously. The petite girl had been wary of him since his arrival, keeping her distance and rarely speaking directly to him. Can you sense that? Kaneko nodded slightly. I'm sensitive to certain energies. Your aura before was like a rabbit's, quick, alert. Now it's more predatory, Akino supplied with a smile. Like a beast of prey. Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about that description. He'd never thought of himself as predatory before. His quirk came from his mother, who was fierce in battle but ultimately a hero dedicated to saving people. Try to channel the energy into an attack, Ria suggested, gesturing to a practice dummy they'd set up earlier. Izuku turned to face the dummy. In his hero days, he'd relied on physical strength and agility, rarely needing anything more. But now, he could feel power coursing through him, begging to be released. He raised his hand, palm facing the dummy, and concentrated on pushing the energy outward. A blast of green energy shot from his hand, hitting the dummy with enough force to disintegrate it completely. The backlash sent Izuku stumbling backward, wings flaring to help him regain balance. Okay, that's new, he said, staring at his smoking palm. Beast energy, Rias mused, walking over to examine the scorch marks on the floor. Raw and powerful. With training, you could focus it into different forms. It reminds me of destruction power, Akino commented, but wilder, less controlled. The training continued for hours, with Izuku discovering new aspects of his powers. He could enhance his already formidable speed and strength, channel energy through his claws for slashing attacks, and even generate a protective aura that deflected minor magical attacks. By the time they finished, Izuku was exhausted but exhilarated. For the first time since arriving in this dimension, he felt like himself again, a hero with the power to make a difference. You're progressing quickly, Ria said as they walked back toward Kuo Academy. Most sacred gear users take months to achieve the control you've shown in a week. I had years of training with my quirk, Izuku reminded her. It's similar enough that the basics transfer over. Still, it's impressive. She gave him a sidelong glance. Have you given any thought to what you want to do while you're here? Assuming we can find a way to send you home eventually. Izuku considered the question. In truth, he'd been so focused on understanding his new powers and this new world that he hadn't thought much beyond day-to-day survival. I guess I'll keep doing what I've always done, he finally said. Help people where I can. Fight the bad guys. Be a hero, even if the title doesn't exist here. Rias smiled at that. I thought you might say something like that. Which is why I wanted to ask, would you consider becoming part of my peerage? Izuku stopped walking, his rabbit ears twitching beneath his cap. You want to make me a devil? It would give you a place in this world, Rias explained. Status, protection, resources. And with your powers, you'd be an invaluable addition to my household. Izuku hesitated. The offer was tempting in many ways. He'd grown to like Rias and her peerage over the past week. They were good people, or devils, rather, who genuinely cared about protecting their territory and the humans within it. But becoming a devil himself? That was a big step. You don't have to answer now, Rias said, sensing his hesitation. Think about it. The offer remains open. Before Izuku could respond, a piercing scream cut through the evening air. Both of them tensed, heads turning toward the sound. That came from the park, Izuku said, already moving in that direction. His enhanced hearing picked up more sounds, growls, the sound of something heavy crashing through underbrush. Another scream cut short. They reached the park to find chaos. A massive stray devil, twice the size of the ones Izuku had fought on his first night, was rampaging through the carefully maintained gardens. Its misshapen body, a grotesque combination of human and animal features, towered over two terrified teenagers who had been caught in the open. Get the civilians out, Izuku told Rias as he pulled off his cap, no longer caring about concealing his ears. I'll handle this. Without waiting for a response, he reached for the power within him. The transformation came easily now, wings bursting from his back, claws extending from his fingertips. He launched himself at the stray devil, green energy trailing from his wings like comet tails. Hey, ugly, he shouted, drawing the creature's attention away from its potential victims. Pick on someone who can fight back. The stray devil roared, spittle flying from its multiple mouths. It swung a massive arm at Izuku, who dodged easily, his enhanced reflexes making the creature seem almost slow by comparison. Too obvious, Izuku taunted, launching himself upward. He delivered a powerful kick to the devil's head, the force enhanced by his sacred gear making the impact powerful enough to crack bone. The devil staggered but didn't fall. Instead, it opened its largest mouth and spewed a stream of caustic liquid. Izuku twisted in mid-air, his wings carrying him out of the path of most of the acid, though a few drops splashed against his arm, burning through the fabric of his uniform and searing the skin beneath. He gritted his teeth against the pain, focusing instead on the battle. The stray devil was strong but slow and predictable. Izuku circled above it, analyzing its movements, looking for weaknesses. Its regenerative abilities seemed focused on its central body, limbs recovered more slowly when damaged. Diving down, Izuku channeled energy into his claws and slashed at the devil's right arm, severing it just below the elbow. The creature howled in pain, lashing out blindly with its remaining limbs. Midoriya-kun, move. Rias's voice called out from behind him. Izuku leaped backward as a wave of crimson energy, Rias's power of destruction, surged past him and slammed into the stray devil. The creature shrieked as portions of its body simply disintegrated under the assault. Taking advantage of the opening, Izuku gathered energy between his palms, feeling it pulse and grow until it formed a swirling sphere of green power. When the stray devil turned its attention back to him, he thrust his hands forward, releasing the energy in a concentrated beam that tore through the creature's chest. The devil collapsed, its body beginning to dissolve into black ichor that sizzled when it touched the ground. That was efficient, Rias commented as she walked up beside him, her own devil wings extended. She had a scratch on her cheek but looked otherwise unharmed. The civilians are safe. Kiba arrived and got them away while we fought. Izuku nodded, the adrenaline of battle beginning to fade. He felt his transformation receding, wings folding back into his body, claws retracting into normal nails. Are stray devil attacks always this frequent? He asked, wiping sweat from his brow. No, Rias frowned. This is unusual. We've had more strays in the past week than we typically see in months. Could be coincidence, Izuku suggested, though he didn't believe it himself. I don't believe in coincidences, Ria said, echoing his thoughts. Something's stirring them up, driving them into my territory. Before they could discuss it further, a slow clapping sound caught their attention. Both turned to see a figure standing at the edge of the park, a man with jet-black wings extending from his back. Unlike devil wings, these were feathered, like a bird's or an angel's, but the pitch-black color marked him as something else entirely. Impressive display, the man said, his voice smooth and cultured. Especially from you, stranger. I don't believe we've been introduced. I am Donasik. A fallen angel, Ria said, her voice turning cold. You're outside your territory, Donasik. What business do you have in Ko? Just observing, Donasik replied with a smirk. We heard rumors of a new power in the area. Something unusual. His eyes fixed on Izuku, studying his rabbit ears and the lingering glow of beast energy that still clung to him. I see the rumors were true. Izuku tensed, ready for another fight, but Rias placed a restraining hand on his arm. Observe all you want, she told the fallen angel. But remember whose territory this is. And remember the treaty. Of course, Lady Gremory. Donasik gave a mocking bow. The treaty is foremost in all our minds. For now. His gaze returned to Izuku. We'll be watching you, Beast King. Very closely. With that, he spread his black wings wide and launched into the night sky, quickly disappearing from view. Beast King. Izuku repeated, confusion evident in his voice. A title, Rias said thoughtfully. And not one given lightly in our world. She turned to face him fully. It seems you've attracted attention, Izuku. Powerful attention. Is that bad? It's complicated. Rias sighed. The fallen angels wouldn't send an observer unless they considered you significant. And they don't consider many things significant. Izuku looked up at the night sky where Donasik had vanished. So what do we do? We prepare, Rias said grimly. Because if the fallen angels are interested in you, it won't be long before others are too. And not all of them will be content to simply observe. The news of Izuku's confrontation with the stray devil and subsequent encounter with a fallen angel spread quickly through the devil community in Kuo. By the next morning, he found himself the center of attention at school, with students giving him curious glances and whispering behind their hands. It wasn't just his status as a transfer student anymore, somehow, rumors had spread that he was connected to Rias Gremory and her exclusive club. In a school where the great ladies, like Rias and Akina, were practically worshipped, association with them was enough to make anyone notable. You're handling the attention well, Sona Citri commented as she found him eating lunch alone on the roof. May I join you? Izuku nodded, making room on the bench. Is it always like this? The student body's fascination with Rias and her group? Yes. Sona adjusted her glasses. But I suspect your current celebrity has more to do with what happened last night. Word travels fast. In our world, especially so. Sona opened her bento box with precise movements. The fallen angel calling you, Beast King, that's significant. So Ria said, Izuku sighed. But no one will tell me exactly why. Sona was quiet for a moment, chewing thoughtfully before answering. There are legends in our world about primal powers that existed before angels, devils, or fallen angels. One such power was said to be embodied by the Beast King, a being who could command all creatures of fang and claw, who embodied the raw, untamed strength of nature itself. And they think that's me? Izuku asked incredulously. Because of my quirk and this sacred gear thing? What you displayed last night was no ordinary sacred gear, Sona said, her voice dropping lower. I received reports from my own people who witnessed the battle. The energy you wielded, it resonated with something ancient. Something powerful. Izuku set down his chopsticks, appetite fading. I'm just a hero from another dimension. Back home, I wasn't even in the top 10. My mom was way stronger than me. Perhaps, Sona conceded. But this isn't your dimension, Izuku Midoriya. And here, the rules are different. The powers that lay dormant in your world may run free in ours. Before Izuku could respond, the door to the roof burst open, and a panicked Kiba appeared. Midoriya-san. Kaicho, he called out. There's trouble. A group of fallen angels has been spotted near the old church on the hill. And they have hostages. Izuku was on his feet instantly, lunch forgotten. Human hostages? Yes, Kiba confirmed grimly. Ryo-sama sent me to find you both. She's already gathering the others. Sona stood as well, her expression hardening into one of authority. This is a direct violation of the treaty. I'll contact my peerage. Izuku was already moving toward the door. There's no time. How many fallen? At least 5 that our familiars could spot, Kiba replied. Possibly more inside. And how many hostages? 3 that we know of. Students from another school who were visiting the church ruins. Izuku nodded, his mind already calculating strategies. Tell Rias I'll meet her there. I can move faster on my own. Midoriya-san, wait. Sona called after him. This could be a trap. The timing is too convenient. Probably, Izuku agreed, already halfway through the door. But that doesn't change anything. There are innocent people in danger. He didn't wait for a response, racing down the stairs and out of the school building. Once clear of witnesses, he ducked behind a cluster of trees and concentrated, calling forth his sacred gear. The transformation came instantly now, wings unfurling from his back, claws extending from his fingers. With a powerful leap and thrust of his wings, Izuku launched himself into the sky, soaring above Kuo town toward the hill where the abandoned church stood. From this height, he could see the old building clearly, a once grand structure now fallen into disrepair, its stained glass windows broken, its wooden doors hanging off their hinges. As he approached, he spotted movement in the churchyard, 2 figures with black wings patrolling the perimeter. Fallen angels, just as Kiba had said. Izuku circled higher, staying out of their line of sight as he looked for a way in that wouldn't immediately trigger an alarm. The church had a bell tower that still stood, its roof partially collapsed. Perfect. Izuku angled his wings and dove toward it, the wind rushing past his face. He landed silently on what remained of the roof, his enhanced agility making it easy to maintain balance on the precarious surface. From here, he could see through a gap in the floor into the main body of the church below. The pews had been rearranged to form a crude circle in the center of the room, where 3 teenagers, 2 boys and a girl, huddled together, looking terrified. Around them stood 4 more fallen angels, their black wings folded against their backs. One of them, a tall man with long dark hair, seemed to be in charge. He paced around the hostages, occasionally stopping to gesture at something in the center of their makeshift circle, some kind of ornate dagger placed on a pedestal. Izuku strained to hear their conversation, his rabbit ears twitching as they picked up fragments. Should be enough to draw them out. The leader was saying. Need the beast's power for the ritual. What if Gremory doesn't bring him? A female fallen angel asked, twirling a spear of light between her fingers. Then we take her instead, the leader replied with a cruel smile. Either way, Lord Kokabiel will be pleased. Izuku had heard enough. This was definitely a trap, just as Sona had warned, a trap meant for him, specifically. But knowing that didn't change the fact that there were innocent humans in danger. He was about to make his move when he sensed a presence behind him. Spinning around, claws raised defensively, he found himself face to face with Kaneko. Rushing in alone is stupid, she said quietly, her own devil wings extended behind her. The others? Izuku whispered back. Coming. Kaneko pointed to the tree lean at the edge of the churchyard, where Izuku could just make out figures moving stealthily through the shadows. Bucho says wait for signal. Izuku nodded reluctantly. As much as he wanted to charge in, he recognized the wisdom in a coordinated attack. What's the plan? Distraction at front door. You and I go through roof. Free hostages while others engage fallen. Simple and direct. Izuku liked it. Any idea what they want with me? I heard them mention the beast's power and something about a ritual. Kaniko's expression darkened slightly. Some fallen research forbidden magic. Extracting sacred gears from living hosts. That's possible? Izuku asked, alarmed. Yes, Kaniko replied grimly. But host doesn't survive. Before Izuku could process the implications of that, a massive explosion rocked the front of the church. The signal. Through the gap in the floor, he could see the fallen angels whirling toward the entrance as a wave of crimson destruction energy, Rias's signature attack, blasted through the doors. Now, Kaniko said, dropping through the hole in the roof without hesitation. Izuku followed, wings spreading to slow his descent as he landed in the center of the church. The fallen angels were already engaging with Rias, Akino, and Kiba at the entrance, bolts of light and magical energy flying back and forth. Get the hostages. Rias shouted to him as she deflected a spear of light with a crimson shield. Izuku darted toward the terrified teenagers, who cowered as he approached. It's okay, he assured them, retracting his claws to appear less threatening. We're here to help. What are you people? One of the boys stammered, eyes fixed on Izuku's wings. The good guys, Izuku replied, helping the girl to her feet. Come on, we need to move. Kaniko had already taken up a defensive position beside them, easily deflecting a fallen angel who tried to intervene with a punch that sent the winged attacker crashing into a wall. Exit through sacristy, she instructed, pointing to a side door. Sona's peerage waiting outside. Izuku nodded and began hurrying the hostages in that direction. They had almost reached the door when a spear of light slammed into the floor in front of them, forcing them to stop. Leaving so soon, Beast King, the fallen angel leader called, hovering above the battle. But we prepared all this just for you. Izuku pushed the hostages behind him, his wings spreading wide in a protective gesture. Get to the door, he whispered to them. When I engage him, run. The leader descended, landing a few yards away. Up close, Izuku could see that his eyes were a vivid purple, gleaming with malice and power. I am Arakiel, loyal servant of Lord Kokabiel. And you have something we want. Not interested, Izuku replied, feeling energy building within him. The Beast King power responded to the threat, growing stronger with his determination to protect the innocents behind him. Your interest is irrelevant, Arakiel sneered, forming a sword of light in his hand. The Beast King's power will serve our purposes, with or without your cooperation. He lunged forward, the light sword slashing toward Izuku's chest. Despite the fallen angel's speed, Izuku was faster, sidestepping the attack and countering with a claw swipe that tore through Arakiel's sleeve and drew blood. Run! Izuku shouted to the hostages, who didn't need to be told twice. They bolted for the side door as Izuku engaged Arakiel in earnest. The fallen angel was powerful, his light-based attacks forcing Izuku to stay mobile, using his wings and enhanced agility to avoid the deadly energy. But Izuku had years of hero training behind him, plus the instincts of his rabbit quirk and the raw power of his newly awakened sacred gear. He dodged another thrust of the light sword and countered with a kick enhanced by beast energy, catching Arakiel in the ribs and sending him skidding across the church floor. You're holding back, Arakiel observed, wiping blood from his mouth as he rose. Still thinking like a human. Like a hero. He spat the last word like a curse. Better than thinking like a kidnapper, Izuku retorted, gathering energy between his palms. Arakiel laughed. You think this is about those worthless humans? They were bait, nothing more. His expression turned calculating. But perhaps we need better bait. Before Izuku could react, Arakiel hurled his light sword, not at Izuku, but past him, toward where Kaneko was fending off another fallen angel while protecting the retreating hostages. Time seemed to slow as Izuku realized Kaneko hadn't seen the attack coming. Without thinking, he launched himself forward, wings propelling him with blinding speed. He reached her just as the sword was about to strike, shoving her aside and taking the hit himself. The light weapon pierced his shoulder, the burning energy searing flesh and causing pain unlike anything he'd experienced before. Izuku cried out, dropping to one knee as the sword dissolved, leaving a smoking wound behind. How predictable, Arakiel sneered, stalking toward him. This is why heroes always lose in the end. Too willing to sacrifice themselves. Through the haze of pain, Izuku saw the other battles around the church, Rias and Akino holding their own against multiple opponents, Kiba locked in a duel with a fallen angel wielding dual light daggers. None of them could reach him in time. Something shifted inside Izuku as he watched Arakiel approach, a primal power that had been building since he arrived in this dimension. The Beast King's power wasn't just about physical transformation or energy blasts, it was something deeper, more fundamental. "You're right," Izuku said, his voice taking on a resonance it hadn't held before. "I am willing to sacrifice for others." He looked up, eyes glowing with emerald fire. "But that doesn't mean I'm going to lose." The energy that exploded from him then was unlike anything he'd released before, a wave of pure beast power that rippled outward in all directions. The fallen angels caught in its path screamed as it washed over them, their light weapons sputtering and dying, their wings seeming to wither as if the very essence of their power was being drained. Izuku rose to his feet, the wound in his shoulder already healing as green energy coursed through his veins. His wings spread wider, the feathers now edged with gold, and a crown-like aura of energy formed above his head. What are you?" Arakiel gasped, trying to form another light weapon and failing. "I'm a hero," Izuku replied simply. "And you've threatened people under my protection." He moved forward, each step crackling with power. Arakiel tried to retreat, but Izuku was faster, seizing the fallen angel by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "Listen carefully," Izuku said, his voice still carrying that strange resonance. "You're going to leave this town. You're going to tell your master, this Kokabiel, that the Beast King is not a tool to be used. And you're going to remember what happened here today when you thought to threaten innocence in my presence." To emphasize his point, Izuku allowed a fraction of his power to flow into Arakiel, causing the fallen angel to writhe in agony. Then he released him, letting him crumple to the floor. "Go," Izuku commanded. "Take your followers and go." Arakiel scrambled backward, genuine fear in his eyes. He barked an order to the other fallen angels, who disengaged from their battles and retreated toward the shattered church doors. "This isn't over, Beast King," Arakiel called out, his bravado returning now that he was at a safer distance. "Lord Kokabiel will not be denied. The power you wield belongs to the strongest, and that is not you." With those parting words, he and the other fallen angels took to the sky, quickly disappearing into the distance. As soon as they were gone, Izuku felt the extraordinary power recede, the golden edges of his wings fading back to their normal emerald green. The crown of energy dissipated, and he suddenly felt exhausted, swaying on his feet. "Izuku!" Riasa's voice called out as she rushed to his side, steadying him before he could fall. "Are you all right?" "That was... I've never seen anything like that." "The hostages?" Izuku asked, his voice back to normal. "Safe," Kiba confirmed, joining them. "Sona's group got them away." "What did you do to those fallen angels?" Akino asked, eyes wide with fascination. "Their light weapons just died." "I don't know," Izuku admitted. "It just happened. Like the power knew what to do before I did." Kaneko approached silently, stopping in front of Izuku with an unreadable expression. Then, to everyone's surprise, she bowed deeply. "Thank you," she said quietly. "For saving me." Izuku smiled tiredly. That's what heroes do. What beast kings do, apparently, Rias corrected, a thoughtful look on her face. And now I understand why the Fallen are so interested in you. A power that can negate their light weapons. That would be invaluable in any conflict. This Kokabiel they mentioned, Izuku said, remembering the name. Who is he? Rias's expression darkened. A leader among the fallen angels. A warmonger who never accepted the peace treaty. If he's involved, this situation is more serious than I thought. He won't stop coming for me, will he? Izuku realized. No, Rias confirmed grimly. And now that word of what happened here will spread, others may come as well. The Beast King's power is too tempting a prize. Izuku looked around the damaged church, at the scorch marks from battle and the lingering traces of his own power. He had come to this dimension by accident, but his presence was already causing ripples, already putting people in danger. Then I need to get stronger, he said with determination. I need to master this power fully, understand what it can do. And I need allies. He turned to Rias. That offer to join your peerage, is it still open? Rias's eyes widened slightly, then a smile spread across her face. It is, she confirmed. But are you sure? Becoming a devil is a permanent change. Izuku thought about his home dimension, about his mother and the hero life he'd left behind. There was still a chance he could find a way back someday. But for now, this was his reality, this world of devils and angels, of ancient powers and new threats. And in this world, he needed to find his place. I'm sure, he said firmly. If I'm stuck here, I want to do something that matters. To protect people, like I always have. And it seems like the best way to do that is at your side. Rias nodded, her smile turning solemn. Then prepare yourself, Izuku Midoriya. Because once you become part of my peerage, the world will truly know the Beast King has arrived. Chapter 2, Fangs of Diplomacy. The ritual circle glowed crimson against the polished floor of the occult research club room. Izuku stood at its center, shirtless, with intricate symbols painted across his chest and back. Rias had explained everything, how she'd use her evil pieces to reincarnate him as a devil in her peerage, how the process would change him fundamentally while preserving his unique abilities. Last chance to back out, Rias said, her voice gentle despite the formal atmosphere. She stood at the edge of the circle, a glowing red chess piece, a rook, floating above her palm. Izuku squared his shoulders. I'm ready. His mind flashed to his mother, her fierce grin as they patrolled together, her crushing hugs when he graduated hero school, her face contorted with horror as the dimensional portal swallowed him. A pang of guilt hit him. Would she approve of this choice? Becoming a creature she'd probably consider a villain. But this wasn't his world. Different rules applied. Devils here weren't necessarily evil, Rias and her peerage had proven that repeatedly. In the name of Rias Gremory, I call to Izuku Midoriya, Rias began, her voice taking on a resonant quality that filled the room. I resurrect you as my servant, to grant you new life as a devil. The rook piece floated from her hand into the center of the circle, hovering before Izuku's chest. The crimson light intensified, swirling around him like living flame. I bestow upon you the power of the rook, unyielding strength and immovable defense. Rise as my servant and ally. The chess piece pressed against his chest and then sank into it, passing through skin and muscle as if they were water. Izuku gasped as burning heat spread through his body, racing along his veins and settling into his bones. His vision blurred, the room spinning around him. Then something unexpected happened. As the devil energy tried to rewrite his being, it collided with the Beast King power already within him. The two forces, one ordered and ancient, the other primal and wild, clashed violently. Izuku screamed, dropping to his knees as pain lanced through every cell. The ritual circle pulsed erratically, the crimson light now shot through with veins of green. What's happening? Akino called out, stepping forward in alarm. Stay back. Rias commanded, her eyes wide as she watched the ritual unfold. His sacred gear is reacting to the evil piece. Inside Izuku, a battle raged. The devil power pushed to transform him completely, while the Beast King energy fought to preserve his unique nature. For a moment, it seemed like the two forces might tear him apart. Then, with startling clarity, Izuku realized what needed to happen. Not enemies, he gasped through gritted teeth. Partners. He reached mentally for both powers, not forcing them to submit to each other, but guiding them toward cooperation. The pain began to subside as the energies stopped fighting and started merging, creating something entirely new. The ritual circle flared one final time, so bright that everyone had to shield their eyes. When the light faded, Izuku stood in the center, changed. His rabbit ears remained, but now they were joined by two small, curved horns that emerged from his forehead. His eyes glowed with dual energy, devil red ringed by beast green. And when he spread his wings, they weren't the bat-like appendages of a typical devil, nor were they the feathered wings of his beast form. Instead, they were hybrid creations, structured like devil wings but covered in emerald scales that glinted in the candlelight. Holy shit, Kiba breathed, breaking the stunned silence. Rias approached cautiously. Izuku? How do you feel? He flexed his hands, feeling the power coursing through them. His senses had sharpened even further, he could hear heartbeats throughout the building, smell emotions in the air. Different, he said, surprised by the slight resonance in his voice. Stronger. But still me. Rias circled him, examining his transformed state with scientific curiosity and unmistakable satisfaction. The evil piece took, but your Beast King power adapted it. I've never seen anything like it. Is that bad? Izuku asked. Akino giggled. Quite the opposite. You've essentially created a new subspecies of devil. The higher-ups are going to lose their minds. Let's keep this between us for now, Rias decided, resting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. At least until we understand exactly what's happened. Izuku needs time to adjust before dealing with political attention. Izuku nodded gratefully. He was already trying to process the changes in his body and the new instincts flooding his mind. Devil instincts, territorial, hierarchical, possessive, now mingled with his heroic principles and the primal urges of the Beast King. So what now? He asked. Now, Rias smiled, your education truly begins. The underworld's political structure is divided into 72 pillars, noble families that trace their lineage back to the original Devil Lords, Sona explained, pointing to an elaborate diagram spread across the student council room table. 2 weeks had passed since Izuku's transformation, and he'd thrown himself into learning everything about his new world. Sona Citri had proven an excellent teacher for devil politics, her methodical mind perfect for explaining complex power structures. Only 34 of the original families remain active after the Great War, she continued. Including both the Gremory and Citri clans. Izuku studied the chart, his rabbit ears twitching as he processed the information. And where do the 4 great Satans fit in? At the top, Sona answered, pushing her glasses up. After the original Satans died in the Great War, new devils took those titles based on merit rather than bloodline. My sister, Seraphal Leviathan, is one of them. Your sister is one of the 4 rulers of all devilkind. Izuku's eyes widened. That's completely terrifying once you meet her, Sona finished dryly. Especially since she insists on dressing like a magical girl and referring to herself as Leviathan in public. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at Sona's pained expression. Over the past weeks, he discovered that beneath her strict exterior lay a sharp wit and surprising warmth. So Rias's brother is Lucifer, your sister is Leviathan, any other world leaders I should know about? Ajuka Beelzebub, creator of the evil pieces system, and Falbium Asmodeus complete the 4, Sona replied. They're all absurdly powerful, so try not to offend them. Noted, Izuku said, marking the information in the notebook he'd started keeping. His old habit of analyzing heroes had transformed into mapping devil politics. Sona watched him write, a slight smile playing on her lips. You're adapting remarkably well. Most new devils take months to grasp these basics. Izuku shrugged. Back home, understanding hero rankings and agency politics was essential for advancement. This isn't so different, just more stabbing involved. Speaking of which, Sona leaned forward, lowering her voice though they were alone. Have you given thought to your position in all this? My position? You're not just any new devil, Izuku. You're the Beast King, a power that hasn't manifested in recorded history. And you're something unique even beyond that after what happened with your reincarnation. Izuku closed his notebook. I'm just trying to find my footing right now. That's exactly when others will try to position you for their advantage, Sona warned. Rias has already received inquiries from multiple noble families asking about you. The Archduke Agars wants to evaluate your potential. The Phoenix clan has extended an open invitation for you to visit. That doesn't sound too bad. Sona's expression turned serious. The Agars are known for collecting rare abilities into their peerage. They want to study your power. And the Phoenix invitation came right after Riser Phoenix learned Rias had acquired a powerful new servant. Riser Phoenix? The guy Rias is supposed to marry? Izuku couldn't keep the edge from his voice. Rias had explained her arranged marriage situation, and the very thought of it made his blood boil, both his heroic instincts and new devil nature rejecting the idea of forcing someone into a relationship. The very same. Sona studied his reaction with knowing eyes. I see Rias has mentioned him. She said the engagement was arranged by their families, but she's looking for ways out of it. It's more complicated than that. Riser is aggressive about the marriage because pure-blooded devils are declining. Many noble families see breeding as a duty. Izuku scowled. She's not breeding stock. She's Rias. Indeed. Sona smiled slightly at his protective tone. And now she has you, a piece neither Riser nor the matchmakers anticipated. Before Izuku could respond, the door to the student council room burst open, and a blur of pink and white rushed in with inhuman speed. "So-tan," cried a high-pitched voice as a petite woman in an outlandish magical girl costume tackled Sona into a bone-crushing hug. "I found you. Your big sister came to visit." Sona's composure crumbled instantly. "Wani-sama. What are you doing here? You can't just appear in the human world without warning." "But I missed my adorable So-tan." The woman, who could only be Seraphal Leviathan, rubbed her cheek against her sister's while Sona tried unsuccessfully to escape. Izuku stared open-mouthed. This was one of the four rulers of all devil kind. She looked like she'd stepped out of an anime convention. Seraphal suddenly froze, noticing Izuku's presence. Her playful demeanor vanished, replaced by sharp assessment as her eyes locked onto his rabbit ears, then the small horns partially hidden by his hair. "You must be the rumored Beast King," she said, her voice dropping an octave as she released Sona. "Interesting. Very interesting." Izuku stood and bowed respectfully. "Leviathan-sama. It's an honor." "Oh my, so formal." Her bubbly persona returned instantly. "Call me Levitan. Any friend of my So-tan is a friend of mine." She pranced over to Izuku, circling him with childlike curiosity. The reports weren't exaggerating. "You really are something special. Half devil, half beast, all adorable with those bunny ears." Before he could react, she reached up and grabbed his ears, rubbing them between her fingers. "So soft. Are they real?" "Wani-sama." Sona exclaimed, mortified. "You can't just touch people's body parts without permission." "It's fine," Izuku managed, trying not to wince as Seraphal tugged his sensitive ears. Despite her diminutive appearance, her fingers had steel-like strength. "You don't feel like any devil I've encountered," Seraphal observed, finally releasing his ears and stepping back. "But not fully yokai either. Something new entirely." That's what we've been trying to figure out, Izuku said, resisting the urge to rub his ears. The ritual to make me Rias's rook had unexpected effects. I'll say. Seraphol grinned. When word reached us that Rias Gremory had reincarnated the Beast King, Surzex nearly choked on his tea. But nobody mentioned the cute bunny ears. Sona pinched the bridge of her nose. Wani-sama, please tell me you didn't come here just to see Midoriya. Of course not. I came to see you, Sotan. Seraphol twirled happily. But I did have official instructions to assess the situation if convenient. Assess how? Izuku asked warily. Seraphol's eyes twinkled. A friendly little spar would tell me everything I need to know. Absolutely not, Sona stated firmly. Midoriya-kun is still adjusting to being a devil. This is neither the time nor place for, I'll do it, Izuku interrupted. Both Citri sisters stared at him. You will? Seraphol clapped excitedly. Are you insane? Sona hissed. She's a Satan. One of the 4 strongest devils alive. Izuku nodded. Exactly. If people are already talking about me at that level, I need to know where I stand. And Leviathan-sama needs to know what I can do for her report. Seraphol's expression shifted subtly, revealing the shrewd leader beneath the magical girl exterior. Well reasoned. There's a barrier-protected training ground in the forest behind the school. 30 minutes. I'll be there, Izuku promised. After Seraphol teleported away in a shower of pink sparkles, Sona turned to him with exasperation. Do you have any idea what you've gotten yourself into? My sister could freeze the entire town with a fraction of her power. I don't expect to win, Izuku clarified. But sometimes the only way to gain respect is to show what you can do, even against impossible odds. Sona studied him for a long moment before sighing. At least let me contact Rias. If you're determined to get pummeled by a Satan, your king should be there to pick up the pieces. The training ground turned out to be a massive clearing, surrounded by trees and protected by invisible magical barriers that shimmered faintly when approached. By the time Izuku arrived with Sona, Rias and her entire peerage were already waiting, along with Seraphol, who had changed from her magical girl outfit into something that resembled battle armor, though still in pink and white. Izuku. Rias hurried over, concern evident on her face. Sona told me what's happening. You don't have to do this. Yes, I do. Izuku smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I've fought plenty of unwinnable battles during hero training. This isn't training, Rias insisted. Seraphol is a Satan for a reason. Exactly why I need to see where I stand, Izuku replied. He took off his school jacket and handed it to her, then began rolling up his sleeves. Across the clearing, Seraphol bounced on her toes, looking more excited than intimidating. Ready when you are, Bunny-kun. Izuku stepped forward into the center of the clearing. Just to be clear on the rules. Simple. Seraphol chirped. No killing, no maiming, fight until surrender or incapacitation. I'll hold back enough not to seriously hurt you, but not enough to make this meaningless. Fair enough. Izuku closed his eyes, reaching for the dual powers within him. The transformation came easily now, horns extending, claws lengthening, scaled wings erupting from his back. When he opened his eyes, they glowed with red-green light. Seraphol whistled appreciatively. Now that's impressive. Most new devils can barely manifest their wings in the human world. Without warning, she flicked her wrist, sending a barrage of ice spears hurtling toward him. Izuku's enhanced reflexes saved him as he leaped straight up, wings carrying him 30 feet into the air. The ice spears tracked his movement, curving upward to follow. Izuku twisted midair, channeling beast energy into his hands and unleashing a wave of green fire that melted the approaching ice. Ooh, elemental negation. Fun. Seraphol grinned, launching herself skyward to meet him. What followed was less a battle and more a lesson in humility. Seraphol moved with blinding speed, her control of ice magic so absolute that she could create and reshape constructs faster than Izuku could counter. For every attack he evaded, 3 more caught him off guard. Yet he wasn't completely outmatched. His rook durability combined with the Beast King's regenerative abilities meant he could take hits that would incapacitate most devils. And occasionally, he landed blows of his own, a claw swipe that shattered an ice shield, a kick enhanced with beast energy that forced Seraphol to dodge rather than block. 5 minutes in, both combatants landed back in the clearing. Izuku was breathing hard, his clothing torn in several places, while Seraphol looked barely winded but was eyeing him with new respect. "You're full of surprises," she said. "Time to get a bit more serious." The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost formed on the grass around them. Seraphol's cheerful expression hardened into something more befitting a Satan as she raised both hands. "Celsius cross-trigger," she intoned. The air itself seemed to crystallize as waves of Arctic power radiated from her. Izuku felt his movements slowing as ice began forming on his skin. His breath came out in white clouds as he struggled against the encroaching frost. This was bad. At this rate, he'd be completely frozen in seconds. He needed something new, something unexpected. Instinct took over. Izuku roared, not a human sound, but the primal call of a beast. The air around him shimmered with green energy that pushed back against the freezing magic. He felt something unlock within the Beast King power, a deeper level he hadn't accessed before. Domain expansion, Beast King's territory, he found himself saying, words he didn't consciously choose rising to his lips. The green energy exploded outward, forming a translucent dome 30 feet across. Within this space, the freezing effect diminished dramatically. More importantly, Izuku felt connected to every inch of the territory, aware of every molecule of air, every blade of grass. Seraphol's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "A territory manifestation? At your level? That shouldn't be possible." She increased her ice magic's intensity, and the edge of the green dome began to frost over. But inside his territory, Izuku found new strength flowing through him. He rushed forward with speed that surprised even him, covering the distance between them in a heartbeat. His clawed hand struck out, not at Seraphol directly, but at the ground beneath her feet. The earth itself responded to his will inside the territory, erupting upward to disrupt her stance. As she adjusted, he landed a solid blow to her midsection that actually sent the Satan sliding backwards several feet. "Well now," Seraphol said, a genuine smile spreading across her face. "This just got interesting." She redoubled her attack, summoning a blizzard of ice shards that hammered against his territory. Izuku countered with blasts of beast energy, the two powers clashing in spectacular displays of green fire and blue ice. In the end, though, experience and raw power prevailed. Seraphol found the rhythm of his attacks, predicted his movements, and gradually wore down his defenses. 20 minutes into the battle, she managed to penetrate his territory with a precisely aimed ice spear that caught him in the shoulder, numbing his left arm instantly. A follow-up attack swept his legs, and Izuku found himself pinned to the ground by bonds of unbreakable ice, a delicate ice dagger hovering inches from his throat. "Surrender?" Seraphol asked cheerfully. Izuku tested the bonds, found them unbreakable, and nodded. "I surrender." The ice dissolved instantly, and Seraphol offered him a hand up. "That was the most fun I've had in decades. You're something special, Beast King." Izuku accepted her help, wincing as feeling returned to his frozen arm. "I still lost. Against a Satan. Lasting 20 minutes is practically a victory," she laughed, then lowered her voice so only he could hear. "That territory ability, we need to talk about that privately sometime. It's significant." Before Izuku could ask what she meant, they were surrounded by the others. Rias immediately began checking his injuries, while Akino watched with amused interest and Kiba offered congratulations on his performance. "You fought well," Kaneko said quietly, appearing at his side with a towel and water bottle. Thanks, Izuku replied, gratefully accepting both. I learned a lot. Like what? Rias asked, healing a cut on his forehead with gentle fingers. Izuku looked toward where Seraphol was now chatting animatedly with Sona, who appeared to be scolding her sister despite the massive power difference between them. That power alone isn't enough in Devil Society, he said thoughtfully. Skill, strategy, knowledge, they matter just as much. And... He hesitated, I think I've only scratched the surface of what the Beast King can do. Focus on your breath, Akino instructed, her voice calm and measured. Feel the energy flowing through you, pooling in your core, then extending outward along your limbs. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor of Akino's private shrine, eyes closed in meditation. After his battle with Seraphol 3 days ago, Rias had assigned Akino to help him develop better control over his powers. As the priestess of thunder and an experienced magic user, she was the perfect teacher. Your devil power and beast energy are distinct but connected, she continued, circling him slowly. You need to understand each one individually before you can blend them seamlessly. Izuku concentrated, separating the two energies in his mind. The devil power felt structured and ancient, flowing in established patterns through his body. The beast energy was wilder, more primal, shifting unpredictably like a living thing with its own desires. I can feel them, he murmured. They're so different. Now try channeling just your devil power. Create a small manifestation in your palm. Izuku cupped his hands, focusing on drawing forth only the devil energy. A small crimson sphere formed between his palms, pulsing with power. Good, Akino praised. Now dismiss that and try the beast energy alone. The crimson sphere vanished. Izuku took another deep breath and reached for the primal power within him. This was trickier, the beast energy didn't want to be controlled in the same way. Rather than forcing it, he invited it forward, coaxing rather than commanding. A green orb materialized, flickering with tiny arcs of energy that resembled claws or fangs. Excellent, Akino said, and he could hear the smile in her voice. Now for the challenging part. Try to create both simultaneously, one in each hand. Izuku concentrated harder. His right hand filled with crimson devil energy, but as he tried to manifest the green beast power in his left, both spheres destabilized, the energies reaching toward each other like magnets. They want to combine, he grunted, trying to keep them separate. That's natural, Akino said. They're both part of you now. But control means being able to access each aspect independently when needed. After several more attempts, Izuku managed to maintain both energy types separately for nearly 10 seconds before they collapsed together in a flash of purple light. That's enough for today, Akino decided, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. You're making remarkable progress. Izuku opened his eyes, finding her kneeling in front of him with an encouraging smile. It doesn't feel like progress. In battle, everything happens instinctively. Here, I can barely maintain basic control. That's because battle triggers your survival instincts. The Beast King responds to threat and emotion. Akino's smile took on a teasing edge. Perhaps we need a more emotional approach to your training. Before Izuku could ask what she meant, Akino leaned forward, her face inches from his. Your heart rate just increased, she observed, voice dropping to a sultry whisper. Interesting. Let's see what happens when. Her fingers traced lightly up his arm, stopping at the collar of his training GI. If I were to continue, would the beast or the devil respond first, I wonder. Izuku felt heat rising to his face, and power rising within him. His horns emerged unbidden, and his fingernails sharpened into claws. Era, Akino giggled, not backing away despite his partial transformation. The beast seems quite responsive to certain stimuli. That's not fair, Izuku protested, trying to regain control of his powers and his composure. All's fair in training and war, Akino countered, finally leaning back to give him space. But the lesson is valid, your powers respond to emotional states. Anger, fear, desire, they all trigger different aspects of your abilities. Izuku took a steadying breath, willing his transformation to recede. So I need to understand my emotional triggers to master control. Precisely. Akino stood gracefully, offering a hand to help him up. And tomorrow, we'll explore those triggers more systematically. Why do I feel like I should be worried about that? Izuku asked, accepting her help. Akino's laugh was both musical and slightly wicked. Because you're smarter than the average devil. Now, before you go, Bucho asked me to inform you about the gathering tomorrow night. Gathering? A formal event at the Gremory estate in the underworld. Riasa's father is hosting representatives from several devil families. She wants you to accompany the peerage as her rook. Izuku frowned. Is that wise? I'm still new to all this. That's exactly why you should attend. Devil Society runs on appearances and impressions. Your debut as the Beast King should be controlled and under Riasa's protection. Akino's expression turned serious. Better that than having rumors continue to spread unchecked. Will Sona be there? The Citrieris? Yes, along with her peerage. Many young devils of noble birth will attend. Akino studied his face. Is that important? Izuku shrugged. Just nice to know I'll have another friendly face besides you guys. These political events sound intimidating. You fought a Satan 3 days ago, yet you're intimidated by a party? Akino teased. Fighting is straightforward. Politics means watching your words, hiding your thoughts, playing games I don't understand yet. Akino nodded appreciatively. Smart perspective. Don't worry, stick close to Bucho, smile politely, and try not to accidentally challenge anyone to a duel. You'll be fine. People can accidentally challenge others to duels. Izuku asked, alarmed. Oh yes. Devil etiquette is full of subtle verbal and physical cues that constitute formal challenges. Seeing his expression, Akino laughed again. I'm joking. Mostly. Just avoid phrases like I find your statement questionable or perhaps you'd care to test that claim, and you'll be fine. Right, Izuku muttered. Totally fine. The Gremory estate sprawled across the underworld landscape like something from a fantasy novel, towering spires, elegant gardens, and architecture that somehow blended medieval grandeur with modern luxury. The crimson sky above, the underworld's permanent state, Izuku had learned, cast everything in a surreal glow that reinforced the otherworldliness of it all. Remember, Rias whispered as they approached the main entrance, where servants in elaborate livery waited to greet guests, you're my rook and the Beast King. Stand tall and be proud of both titles. Izuku nodded, tugging at the collar of his formal attire, a tailored suit with subtle modifications to accommodate his unique physiology. His rabbit ears stood proudly uncovered, and his small horns were visible against his green hair. After much discussion, they decided honesty was the best approach, let the Devil Society see exactly what he was rather than trying to hide it. Announcing Lady Rias Gremory and Peerage, intoned a majordomo as they entered the grand ballroom. All eyes turned toward their group. Izuku felt the weight of dozens of evaluating stares as the assembled devils assessed the newcomers. He walked half a step behind Riasa's right shoulder, the traditional position for a rook, Kiba had explained during their etiquette crash course. Whispers followed them across the room, that's him, the Beast King. Those ears are real. Not just a sacred gear user, they say he's something new entirely. Gremory luck, finding such a rare piece. Rias led them to where her father, Lord Gremory, stood conversing with several other noble-looking devils. He was a handsome man with long crimson hair who radiated authority and warmth in equal measure. Father, Rias greeted him with a formal curtsy. My dear daughter, Lord Gremory replied with obvious affection. Welcome home. And this must be the newest addition to your peerage I've heard so much about. Izuku bowed deeply, just as they'd practiced. Lord Gremory. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm honored to serve your daughter. The honor may be ours, Lord Gremory replied with calculated politeness. The Beast King reborn as a devil, quite unprecedented. One of the devils beside him, a stern-faced man with silver hair, studied Izuku with undisguised skepticism. If he truly carries the power the rumors suggest. Many ancient abilities are more legend than substance. Izuku maintained a neutral expression, though his ears twitched slightly in irritation. Lord Abaddon speaks from experience with rare powers, Lord Gremory said diplomatically. His family possesses the whole ability, after all. Indeed, Lord Abaddon nodded. Which is why I recognize the burden of expectations. Perhaps a demonstration would settle questions about the Beast King's capabilities. Ria stiffened beside Izuku. My rook is not a circus performer, Lord Abaddon. Of course not, the silver-haired devil smiled thinly. Merely a suggestion to quell the whispers. Many here doubt what they haven't seen. Before Rias could respond, another voice joined the conversation. The Beast King has already demonstrated his abilities quite convincingly. Sona Citri approached, elegant in a dark blue gown, with Tsubaki Shinra by her side. Lady Citri, Lord Abaddon acknowledged. You've witnessed these powers firsthand. My sister, Seraphal Leviathan, personally evaluated him, Sona replied coolly. She was most impressed. That silenced Lord Abaddon momentarily. A Satan's endorsement carried significant weight. Well then, Lord Gremory said, smoothly changing the subject, we have many guests eager to meet you both. Shall we circulate? The next hour passed in a blur of introductions and careful conversations. Izuku found himself repeatedly answering the same questions about his origins and abilities, walking the fine line between informative and secretive that Rias had coached him on. You're handling this well, Sona commented when they briefly found themselves alone near a refreshment table. Not showing any nervousness. Izuku smiled wryly. Hero training included public appearances. The questions are different, but the political maneuvering feels familiar. Still, devil gatherings can be overwhelming for newcomers. The social hierarchies alone take years to fully grasp. I'm just following Rias's lead, Izuku admitted. And yours, when I can. You navigate these waters better than anyone I've seen. Sona's lips quirked in the closest thing to a full smile he'd seen from her. Political maneuvering is a Citri specialty. Just as collecting powerful pieces is a Gremory tradition. Is that all I am? A powerful piece? Izuku asked, only half joking. Sona studied him thoughtfully. No. You're something none of us expected, a variable that doesn't fit into the established equations of our society. That makes you dangerous and fascinating to everyone here. Before Izuku could respond, a commotion near the main entrance drew their attention. A new group had arrived, led by a tall, handsome man with blonde hair and an arrogant bearing. Riser Phoenix, Sona said quietly. And his peerage. Izuku felt an immediate dislike as he watched Riser swagger into the room, treating the event like his personal showcase. The blonde devil spotted Rias across the room and made a beeline toward her, his expression a mixture of possessiveness and smug satisfaction. Izuku began, moving instinctively to intercept. Sona placed a restraining hand on his arm. Wait. Watch first. Rias can handle herself, and charging in will only escalate the situation. Reluctantly, Izuku stayed put, though his enhanced hearing allowed him to listen to the exchange. My beautiful Rias, Riser greeted, taking her hand and kissing it despite her obvious discomfort. You grow more radiant each time I see you. Riser, Rias replied coldly, withdrawing her hand. I wasn't aware you would be attending. How could I miss an opportunity to see my fiancée? Especially when rumors suggest she's acquired a new pet with interesting abilities. Rias's expression hardened. My peerage members are not pets, Riser. They are my trusted companions and valued servants. Of course, Riser waved dismissively. A figure of speech only. Now, where is this beast king I've heard so much about? I'm eager to evaluate him myself. I'm not a show dog to be paraded in front of you, Izuku called out, unable to contain himself any longer. He shook off Sona's hand and approached the pair, keeping his movements measured despite the anger simmering inside. Riser turned, eyebrows raising as he took in Izuku's appearance. Ah, there you are. The ears are a charming touch. Tell me, do you hop when frightened? Several nearby devils laughed at the taunt. Izuku felt his claws threatening to emerge but kept them suppressed through sheer willpower. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Rook of Rias Gremory, he said evenly. And you must be Riser Phoenix. I've heard about you. All good things, I'm sure, Riser smirked. Not particularly, Izuku replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The atmosphere tensed immediately. Riser's expression darkened as laughter from different devils, those enjoying seeing the arrogant Phoenix challenged, rippled through the nearby crowd. You should teach your servant better manners, Rias, Riser said, his voice dangerously soft. My rook speaks his mind. It's one of his many qualities I value, Rias replied, moving to stand beside Izuku. Riser studied them both, noting their unified stance. I see. Perhaps your new acquisition has given you delusions of independence, my dear. Let me remind you, our engagement was arranged by our families for the good of all devil kind. Your personal feelings are secondary to duty. My feelings are my own, Rias countered. As is my peerage. Neither belong to you, Riser. The blonde devil's eyes narrowed. We shall see. The rating game will settle that question soon enough. Rating game? Izuku asked. A competition between devil peerages, Sona explained, joining them. Rias's father and Lord Phoenix agreed that if Rias wishes to break the engagement, she must defeat Riser in an official rating game. Which she has no chance of winning, Riser added confidently. My record speaks for itself, while dear Rias has never even participated in an official match. Izuku felt Rias tense beside him. This was clearly a sore subject. Records don't predict the future, Izuku said. And Rias's peerage is stronger than you realize. Is that so? Riser laughed. A low-born knight, a tiny rook who throws punches, a fallen angel's half-breed, and now a rabbit-eared novelty. Forgive me if I'm not intimidated. Izuku stepped forward, but Rias caught his arm. Not here, she murmured. Not now. Reluctantly, Izuku backed down. Riser smirked at this apparent victory and was about to speak again when a new presence entered their circle. Is there a problem here? Asked a woman with silver hair and an aura of absolute authority. She wore a maid uniform that somehow looked more regal than the formal attire around her. Graphia, Rias acknowledged with evident relief. Riser's smirk faltered slightly. No problem at all. Simply getting acquainted with Rias's newest servant. The woman, Graphia, turned her cool gaze on Izuku. Her eyes widened fractionally as she took in his appearance, the only indication of surprise in her otherwise perfectly composed demeanor. The Beast King, she said, her voice revealing nothing of her thoughts. Your reputation precedes you. Izuku bowed respectfully, recognizing power when he encountered it. The reputation may be exaggerated. Perhaps, Graphia replied. Or perhaps understated. Time will tell. She turned back to Riser. Lord Phoenix, your father is looking for you. Something about an upcoming trade negotiation with the Citri family. Recognizing the dismissal, Riser inclined his head. We'll continue our discussion another time, my dear Rias. And Beast King, I look forward to testing your abilities personally in the rating game. After he departed, Graphia turned to Rias. Your brother wished me to remind you that creating a scene at your father's gathering would be unfortunate. I wasn't planning to, Rias replied, though her tone suggested she'd considered it. Good. Graphia's gaze returned to Izuku, studying him with clinical precision. So this is your new rook. Interesting choice of transformation. The transformation chose me, actually, Izuku said. The evil piece interacted with my sacred gear in unexpected ways. So I've heard. Graphia's expression remained unreadable. Lord Lucifer is quite interested in your development. As am I, in my capacity as queen of the Gremory household. Izuku blinked in surprise. You're part of the Gremory peerage? Graphia is my brother's queen, Rias explained. And one of the strongest devils in the underworld. You flatter me, Lady Rias, Graphia said with practiced modesty that didn't quite ring true. She returned her attention to Izuku. I've been tasked with observing your progress. The emergence of a new power class among reincarnated devils is significant for our society's future. Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to being treated like a scientific curiosity, but before he could formulate a reply, the grand double doors at the far end of the ballroom burst open with a resounding crash. Guards rushed in, weapons drawn, as a disheveled devil staggered through the entrance. Blood stained his formal attire, and his expression was one of panic. Attack, he gasped, collapsing to his knees. The eastern perimeter, fallen angels and rogues, dozens of them. The ballroom erupted in controlled chaos. Lord Gremory immediately began issuing orders, while nobles with combat experience moved toward the exits and those without were escorted to secure areas. Rias, take your peerage to the eastern gardens, Lord Gremory commanded as he strode past. Support the guards there. Sona, your group to the main gate. Riser, secure the southern approach. Graphia vanished in a flash of silver light, presumably teleporting to the front lines. Let's move, Rias ordered, gathering Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko with a glance. Izuku, stay close. This is your first combat in the underworld. They rushed through the mansion's corridors, other devils clearing a path for them. Izuku felt a surge of adrenaline, his body preparing for battle. By the time they reached the eastern gardens, his transformation had fully manifested, horns, claws, and scaled wings ready for combat. The scene outside was chaos. Royal guards clashed with a mixed force of fallen angels and what appeared to be rogue devils. Spells and energy blasts lit up the crimson sky, while the scent of blood and battle filled the air. Akino, aerial support, Rias commanded. Kiba, left flank. Kaneko, hold the center with me. Izuku, I'll take point, he said, wings already spreading. My durability makes me ideal for the front line. Rias nodded. Be careful. Fallen angel light weapons are especially dangerous to devils. Izuku launched himself forward, the Beast King power surging through him. Unlike in the human world, here in the underworld both aspects of his power, devil and beast, felt amplified, resonating with the very atmosphere around him. He crashed into the enemy line like a green comet, sending several attackers flying with the impact alone. A fallen angel tried to skewer him with a light spear, but Izuku caught it with a clawed hand, the beast energy neutralizing its holy properties before he shattered it. It's him, one of the fallen shouted. The Beast King. Several attackers immediately redirected their focus toward Izuku, confirming his suspicion that this attack wasn't random. They'd come for him specifically. Kokabiel sends his regards, called a fallen angel as he dive-bombed from above, dual light swords slashing downward. Izuku rolled aside, recognizing the name, the fallen angel lord who'd sent Arakiel to capture him weeks ago. This was escalation, a direct attack on devil territory just to get to him. The battle intensified as more enemies poured through a breach in the perimeter wards. Izuku fought alongside Rias and her peerage, their coordinated attacks cutting through the chaotic assault force with precision. Akino's lightning rained from above, Kiba's sword skills created a whirlwind of steel, and Kaneko's devastating punches sent enemies flying like bowling pins. But the attackers kept coming, their focus increasingly centered on Izuku. It became clear they were trying to separate him from the others, to isolate and capture rather than kill. They're hurting me. Izuku called to Rias as he fought his way back toward her position. This whole attack is a distraction. Stay within support range, she shouted back, unleashing her power of destruction to clear a path between them. A massive explosion from the far side of the garden drew attention momentarily. Through the smoke, Izuku glimpsed Riser Phoenix in battle form, flames engulfing his body as he tore through a squad of fallen angels with surprising efficiency. Whatever Izuku thought of the arrogant devil, he clearly knew how to fight. As Izuku rejoined Riasa's group, a new threat emerged from the tree line, a fallen angel whose wings were not the standard black but a metallic silver. He carried an ornate spear that pulsed with energy powerful enough for Izuku to feel from 50 yards away. That's Harath, Akino warned, landing beside them. One of Kokabiel's lieutenants. The spear is an artificial sacred gear. The silver-winged fallen surveyed the battlefield before his gaze locked onto Izuku. With deliberate calm, he raised his spear and unleashed a beam of light that cut through the garden like a laser, leaving a smoking trench in its wake. Izuku shoved Rias aside as the beam nearly caught her, then leaped to meet this new threat head-on. Harath smiled coldly, clearly pleased to have drawn him out. Beast King, he acknowledged. I've come to collect you for Lord Kokabiel. Not interested, Izuku replied, channeling beast energy into his claws. But I'll happily deliver a message to him with your broken body. Harath laughed. Spirited. Good. Broken spirits are less useful for extraction. They clashed in mid-air, the fallen angel's spear meeting Izuku's energized claws with a shower of sparks. Unlike the light weapons he'd encountered before, this spear didn't dissipate against his beast energy. The artificial sacred gear was powerful enough to resist his neutralizing effect. The duel became a deadly aerial dance, both combatants using the full range of movement the sky offered. Izuku's greater agility allowed him to evade the spear's longer reach, while Haritha's experience kept him from being overwhelmed by Izuku's raw power. You fight well for a new devil, Harath commented during a brief separation. But your technique lacks refinement. Too reliant on instinct. I've got instinct to spare, Izuku growled, diving back in with renewed ferocity. As they fought, Izuku became aware of another presence observing from nearby, Graphia, who had appeared on a balcony overlooking the garden. She watched their duel with intense focus, making no move to intervene despite her obvious power. Testing me, Izuku realized. She wants to see what I'm capable of under pressure. Fine. Time to show her, to show everyone, exactly what the Beast King could do. Izuku disengaged from Harath momentarily, hovering 20 feet away. He closed his eyes briefly, reaching deep within himself for the power he'd glimpsed during his spar with Seraphol. Domain expansion, Beast King's territory, he intoned. The green energy dome expanded outward, encompassing a portion of the battlefield including Harath. The fallen angel's expression changed from confidence to concern as he felt the effects of the territory, a space where Izuku's will held increased influence over reality itself. What is this? Harath demanded, trying to fly upward only to find the dome's ceiling solid as steel against him. My kingdom, Izuku replied simply. And you're trespassing. Within the territory, Izuku's speed and strength doubled. More importantly, he could sense Haritha's movements before they happened, as if the very air reported the fallen angel's intentions to its king. The fight's tide turned decisively. Haritha's attacks became increasingly desperate as Izuku countered each one with uncanny precision. The spear, deadly as it was, became useless when its wielder couldn't land a hit. Finally, Izuku saw his opening. As Harath committed to a powerful thrust, overextending slightly, Izuku sidestepped and grabbed the spear's shaft. Beast energy surged through his hands into the weapon, not attempting to destroy it but to temporarily dominate it. The spear's light flickered, then changed from white to green as Izuku's power overwhelmed the artificial sacred gear's programming. With a twist of his wrist, he wrenched it from Haritha's grasp and reversed it, pointing the glowing tip at the fallen angel's throat. Surrender, Izuku commanded, his voice carrying the resonant quality that emerged when he fully embraced the Beast King's power. Haritha's silver wings drooped in submission. This isn't over, Beast King. Kokabiel will, he never finished the sentence. A silver magic circle appeared behind the fallen angel, and Grafia stepped through, her expression cold. This incursion into Gremory territory is an act of war, she stated. Surrender is not an option afforded to invaders. Before either Izuku or Harath could respond, the air around the fallen angel crystallized into ice so dense it appeared metallic. Harath had time for one startled expression before he was completely encased. With a gesture, Grafia shattered the ice prison, and the fallen angel within. The fragments dissolved into particles of light that quickly faded. Izuku stared in shock. The execution had been so quick, so clinical, that he'd had no time to intervene, not that he was sure he should have. The rules of engagement in the underworld were clearly different from what he was accustomed to as a hero. Lower your territory, Beast King, Grafia instructed, her tone leaving no room for argument. The battle is concluding. Izuku complied, letting the green dome fade. Looking around, he saw she was right, the coordinated devil response had overwhelmed the attackers. Those fallen angels and rogues still alive were retreating or being captured. The spear, Grafia said, gesturing to the weapon still clutched in Izuku's hand. It belongs to House Gremory now, as spoils of battle. Reluctantly, Izuku handed it over. The weapon had responded to him, and part of him, the possessive devil part, wanted to keep it as a trophy. You fought well, Grafia acknowledged, examining the spear. Your territory manifestation is unusual for one so recently reincarnated. I'm full of surprises, Izuku replied, still unsettled by the casual way she'd executed Harath. Indeed. Her eyes met his directly. Remember that surprise goes both ways in our world, Beast King. What seems like strength can become vulnerability when expected. With that cryptic warning, she disappeared through another magic circle, leaving Izuku hovering alone above the devastated garden. The aftermath of the attack brought swift changes. Security around all noble estates in the underworld was enhanced, investigations were launched into how the perimeter wards had been breached, and, most significantly for Izuku, the date for Rias's raiding game against Riser was moved forward. 2 weeks, Rias announced to her gathered peerage in the Occult Research Club room. They had returned to the human world the day after the attack, partly for safety and partly to resume their training. That's how long we have to prepare before facing Riser. That's not much time, Kiba observed, looking concerned. It's a political move, Aquino explained. The attack demonstrated that threats are escalating. The noble families want succession issues resolved quickly so they can present a united front. Izuku frowned. So they're using Rias as a pawn in their political games? Welcome to Devil Society, Rias said with a resigned smile. Individual desires are secondary to family obligations and societal stability. It's wrong, Izuku stated flatly. You should be free to choose your own path. An uncomfortable silence followed his declaration. The others exchanged glances, as if he'd stated something obviously naive. What? Izuku asked, ears twitching in irritation. Freedom of choice isn't a fundamental right in Devil Society the way it was in your hero culture, Rias finally explained. Obligations to family and faction often override personal preference. That doesn't make it right. No, Rias agreed softly. It doesn't. Which is why I'm fighting it, but through the established systems. Winning the raiding game is my path to freedom. Izuku nodded slowly. Then we make sure you win. What's the training plan? The conversation shifted to strategy and preparation. Riser's peerage was experienced, with a perfect record in raiding games. His immortal regeneration made him personally difficult to defeat, while his assembled servants represented a well-balanced team with few exploitable weaknesses. The key will be isolating Riser himself, Kiba suggested. If we can eliminate his support and focus our combined strength against him, we might overwhelm his regeneration. His queen is the bigger threat initially, Aquino countered. Yubaluna's explosion magic can devastate an area. We need to neutralize her early. Kaneko nodded in agreement. She targets rooks first. We'll try to eliminate our strongest pieces. All eyes turned to Izuku. So I'm bait, he concluded with a wry smile. Draw out the queen by making myself an obvious threat, then we spring the trap. Essentially, Rias confirmed. Your durability as a rook combined with your Beast King regeneration makes you the ideal candidate to survive her initial attack. The planning continued late into the night. By the time they finished, a comprehensive strategy had taken shape, one that played to their strengths while accounting for Riser's advantages. As the others departed, Rias asked Izuku to stay behind. Once they were alone, she sank onto the couch, fatigue evident in her posture. There's something I haven't told the others, she admitted. Something I discovered in my father's library after the attack. Izuku sat beside her, concerned by her serious tone. What is it? Information about the Beast King power. Rias pulled an ancient-looking book from her bag. Most references were vague legends or second-hand accounts, but this text contained something more concrete. She opened the book to a marked page, revealing an illustration of a figure with both bestial and human features, surrounded by a green aura similar to Izuku's territory manifestation. The Beast King isn't just a sacred gear or quirk enhancement, Rias explained. According to this, it's one of the primal powers, energies that existed before angels, devils, or fallen angels were created. The text refers to it as the dominion of flesh and instinct, counterbalance to reason and spirit. Izuku studied the illustration. What does that mean for me? It means your power has deeper implications than we realized. The primal powers aren't meant to be contained within faction boundaries. They transcend them. Rias turned the page. And there's more. The territory manifestation you've displayed. It's not just a tactical advantage, it's the beginning of sovereign power. Sovereign power? Territory in the underworld isn't just land, it's a metaphysical concept. Devils of sufficient power and status can claim territory that responds to their will, that recognizes them as rightful ruler. Rias looked at him seriously. When you manifest your Beast King's territory, you're not just creating a temporary field effect. You're declaring sovereignty in the primal language of power that the underworld recognizes. The implications hit Izuku like a physical blow. You're saying I could claim actual territory? Like a noble devil? Potentially more than that. Rias hesitated. If the text is correct, the Beast King's dominion exists independent of the traditional power structures. It's not granted by Satan authority or noble bloodline. It simply is. That can't be right, Izuku protested. I'm just a reincarnated devil. Your servant. Rias smiled sadly. And therein lies the complication. By devil law, you belong to my peerage. But the power you carry may not recognize those constraints. She closed the book. This is why everyone from Seraphal to my brother's queen is watching you so closely. They're trying to determine whether you're an asset to be cultivated or a potential disruption to the entire devil hierarchy. Izuku sat back, mind racing. No wonder Kokabiel wants to capture me. If he could extract and control this power, he could potentially establish territory outside the authority of heaven or the underworld, Rias finished. A true third kingdom. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of this revelation settling between them. What do we do? Izuku finally asked. For now. We focus on the raiding game. Rias placed a hand over his. But after that, you may need to make some decisions about your place in this world. Decisions I can't make for you. Izuku turned his hand to grasp hers. Whatever decisions I make, they won't change my loyalty to you. You gave me a home when I was lost between dimensions. That means something to me, regardless of what power I might possess. Rias's smile brightened. I believe you. Which is why I'm telling you this now, before others try to use it to drive a wedge between us. She squeezed his hand. Now, you should get some rest. Training starts early tomorrow. As Izuku walked back to his apartment that night, the crimson moon of the human world seemed to follow him, a reminder of the underworld and the complications awaiting him there. The Beast King power stirred within him, more conscious and present than before. Not just a tool or weapon, but a legacy. A birthright. And possibly, a kingdom. The training that followed was brutal and efficient. Rias arranged for them to use a remote mountain villa owned by her family, where they could practice without restraint. Each member of the peerage focused on their specialties while also developing combination attacks and defensive formations. Izuku's training was particularly intense, split between honing his Beast King abilities and learning to function as part of the team. His independent hero background sometimes clashed with the tight-knit peerage dynamic, but gradually they found a rhythm that worked. "You're still thinking like a solo fighter," Aquino observed after a particularly grueling sparring session. "Looking for opportunities to showcase individual power rather than create openings for teammates." Izuku nodded, accepting the criticism. In hero work, the strongest often handles the primary threat while others support or evacuate civilians. Different mindset. "In a raiding game, we succeed or fail as one," Kiba added. "Individual glory means nothing if Bucho loses." "I understand." Izuku looked to where Rias was reviewing strategy maps with Kaneko. "I won't let her down. Any of you." The days blurred together, physical conditioning in the mornings, tactical training in the afternoons, magical theory and practice in the evenings. Every meal became a strategy session, every moment of downtime an opportunity to analyze Riser's past matches. Through it all, Izuku felt the Beast King power growing within him, responding to the constant challenge and pressure. His territory manifestation expanded in both size and stability, while his control over beast energy became more precise. On the 6th day of training, an unexpected visitor arrived at the villa. "I brought reference materials," Sona announced as she entered the main training hall, a stack of books and scrolls floating beside her. "And information about Riser's recent exhibition match." "Kaicho," Kiba greeted her with surprise. "We didn't expect you." "Clearly." Sona eyed their disheveled appearances with mild disapproval. "You've been focused on power enhancement. What about tactical counters to Phoenix regeneration?" "We've been working on that," Ria said, approaching her friend with a grateful smile. "But any additional insights would be welcome." While Rias and Sona discussed strategy, Izuku found himself drawn to the materials the Citri heiress had brought. One scroll in particular seemed to call to him, an ancient parchment sealed with wax bearing a symbol similar to a paw print. "Careful with that," Sona warned, noticing his interest. "It's from the restricted archives. My sister granted special access given the circumstances." "What is it?" Izuku asked, already breaking the seal as if compelled. "Historical records of the last known Beast King," Sona replied. "From over a millennium ago." The scroll unrolled to reveal text in an archaic language Izuku shouldn't have been able to read, yet the meaning flowed into his mind as clearly as if it were his native Japanese. "Alaric the Untamed," he murmured, tracing the name written at the top. "He established a neutral territory between devil and fallen angel domains, enforced peace through strength, commanded loyalty from beasts and monsters throughout the realm." Sona watched him with scientific curiosity. "You can read it?" "That's ancient devil script from before standardized infernal language." Izuku nodded absently, absorbed in the account. "It says he disappeared during a summit between faction leaders. Some believed he was assassinated, others that he simply abandoned the political quagmire to live among wild creatures. The relevant part, Sona pointed out, is his territory creation method. The scroll details specific rituals he used to establish and maintain his domain." Izuku's eyes widened as he read further. This could help with my territory manifestation. Make it more stable, more permanent." "Exactly." Sona adjusted her glasses. "And a stable territory effect could be crucial against Riser's regeneration. If you could establish domain rules that limit healing." It would give us a fighting chance, Izuku concluded, excitement building. Sona, this is incredible. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Mastering those techniques took Alaric decades according to the accounts. I don't need full mastery, Izuku argued. Just enough control to create a temporary advantage during the raiding game. Sona's lips curved into a rare smile. That's what I hoped you'd say. Now, shall we begin? The training redoubled with Sona's input. She worked primarily with Izuku on refining his territory manifestation, while also offering tactical advice to the entire peerage. Her analytical approach complemented Rias's more instinct-driven leadership, creating a more balanced preparation. On the night before they were due to return to Kuo Town, Izuku found himself unable to sleep. He wandered out to the villa's garden, drawn to the open space and night air. His enhanced senses picked up the subtle sounds of nocturnal creatures, the movement of leaves in the gentle breeze. Trouble sleeping? Izuku turned to find Rias approaching, wrapped in a silk robe that fluttered slightly in the breeze. Just restless, he admitted. Tomorrow we head back, and then. The raiding game, she finished, coming to stand beside him. Are you nervous? Not about the fight itself, Izuku said, gazing up at the stars. About what comes after. Win or lose, things will change. Rias nodded understanding. If we win, I escape the engagement. If we lose. We won't lose, Izuku stated firmly. But even with victory, there's the matter of what we discovered about the Beast King power. The potential territory claim. You've been thinking about that. Hard not to. Izuku's ears twitched as an owl hooted somewhere in the distance. In my world, I wanted to be the greatest hero. Here. I'm not sure what my path should be. Rias was quiet for a moment, then said softly, what does your instinct tell you? Izuku closed his eyes, feeling the dual energies within him. That I'm meant to protect. To establish a place where those who need shelter can find it. Not as a devil or angel or any faction, but as something that exists between and beyond them. The Beast King's domain, Rias murmured. A neutral territory. Yes. Izuku opened his eyes, turning to face her directly. But that creates complications for us. As your rook, I'm bound to you. Yet this power pushes me toward independence. Do you want independence? Rias asked, her expression unreadable in the moonlight. Izuku considered the question seriously. Not from you, he finally said. From the system, maybe. From the politics and arranged marriages and treating people like chess pieces. But not from the connections I've formed. Relief flickered across Rias's features. Then perhaps we can find a middle path. Devil society has precedent for allied territories, partnerships between houses that maintain separate identities while supporting each other. You would consider that? Even though it means giving up direct authority over me as your servant? Rias stepped closer, close enough that Izuku could feel the warmth radiating from her body. Izuku, I never wanted servants. I wanted family. People who chose to stand with me because they wanted to, not because they were bound by magical contracts. I would choose you, Izuku said softly. Contract or not. Something shifted in Rias's expression, vulnerability replacing the careful political mask she typically wore. Would you? Even knowing what awaits after the raiding game? The politics, the expectations, the constant scrutiny? Without hesitation. Izuku reached out, gently tucking a strand of crimson hair behind her ear. In any world, in any form, I'd choose to stand with you. The moment hung between them, charged with unspoken emotion. Rias leaned slightly toward him, her lips parting, a twig snapped somewhere in the garden, breaking the spell. Both turned to find Akino standing at the path entrance, an amused smile playing on her lips. Sorry to interrupt, she said, not sounding sorry at all. But Sona Kaishu is looking for you both. She's received news from the underworld. Rias stepped back, composure returning. What kind of news? The kind that changes our plans, Aquino replied, her expression turning serious. It seems Lord Phoenix has proposed modifications to the rating game terms. The news was indeed significant. Lord Phoenix, citing the recent attack on Gremory territory, had proposed that the rating game include a territorial component, not just a battle between peerages but a contest for control of a symbolic piece of underworld real estate. It's unprecedented, Sona explained as they gathered in the villa's study. But technically within the ancient rules of engagement. The winner claims not just victory but actual territory. Why would Lord Phoenix suggest this? Kiba wondered. It seems to offer no advantage to Riser. Unless. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. Unless they know about the Beast King power's territorial aspect. This could be a trap designed to trigger a full manifestation of my abilities in controlled conditions. Rias nodded grimly. Where they can observe and potentially counter it. Or worse, where the manifestation itself could be grounds for intervention from higher authorities. That's my assessment as well, Sona confirmed. This is political maneuvering at its finest. If you refuse the modified terms, you appear weak and afraid. If you accept, you walk into potential disaster. What territory are they proposing? Aquino asked. An abandoned castle and surrounding lands in the neutral zone between Gremory and Phoenix domains, Sona replied. Historically significant but currently unclaimed by any noble house. Izuku studied the map Sona unfolded. The location seemed random at first glance, but something about it tugged at his awareness. May I see the scroll about Alaric again? Sona handed it to him, and he quickly scanned the ancient text until he found what he was looking for. Here, he pointed to a passage. Alaric's first territory claim was at a nexus point where ley lines converged. The description matches this location. He looked up, understanding dawning. This isn't just any abandoned castle. It's built on a power nexus specifically suited to beast energy. They're not just testing you, Rias realized. They're trying to force a full awakening of the Beast King's territorial power in a controlled environment. Where they can either witness its limitations or intervene if it proves too disruptive, Sona concluded. The room fell silent as they absorbed the implications. Finally, Izuku spoke. We accept. All eyes turned to him. Are you certain? Rias asked. This significantly increases the risk. Izuku nodded firmly. They've constructed this trap assuming I'll either fail to control the power or succeed in a way that threatens the status quo. But there's a third option they haven't considered. Which is? Sona prompted. I claim the territory, but in your name, Izuku said to Rias. The Beast King's power working in partnership with Gremory authority, not against it or independent of it. We demonstrate that this new power strengthens existing structures rather than challenging them. Rias considered this, eyes narrowed in thought. That could work. It would certainly surprise them. But can you actually control the manifestation that precisely? With preparation, yes. Izuku turned to Sona. That's why Alaric's scroll is so valuable. It provides techniques for directing territorial manifestation toward specific outcomes. Risky, Kaneko commented from her corner, speaking for the first time. But clever. It would certainly change the narrative, Aquino agreed. From potential threat to innovative alliance. Rias looked around at her peerage, then back to Izuku. If everyone is in agreement, then we accept Lord Phoenix's terms, and prepare accordingly. The decision made, they spent the remainder of the night revising their strategy. The territorial component added new complexities but also opportunities. By the time dawn broke, a comprehensive plan had taken shape, one that accounted for both the combat aspects of the raiding game and the metaphysical implications of territory claiming. As they prepared to return to Koh Town for the final days before the match, Sona pulled Izuku aside. There's something else you should know, she said quietly. Something not in the official communications. Izuku's ears twitched attentively. What is it? My sister mentioned that several high-ranking devils will be observing this match. Not just the usual audience, but key political figures including at least 2 Satans. Because of me, Izuku surmised. Because of the possibilities you represent, Sona corrected. The devil world hasn't seen anything truly new in centuries. Your existence, this hybrid of beast power and devil nature, represents unknown potential. That makes you both valuable and dangerous. Izuku nodded understanding. More pressure, but the plan remains the same. We win the raiding game, secure Rias's freedom, and demonstrate that the Beast King's power can coexist with Devil Society. Sona studied him for a moment, then said, You've adapted remarkably well to our world. Sometimes I forget you've only been here for weeks rather than centuries. I've had good teachers, Izuku replied with a smile. Indeed. Sona adjusted her glasses. Just remember that in devil politics, the game never truly ends with a single victory. Each success simply elevates you to a more complex level of play. Noted, Izuku said. But first, we need to win this level. The day of the raiding game arrived with ceremonial fanfare. As a high-profile match involving 2 prominent noble families, it drew significant attention throughout the underworld. A special viewing area had been established in Kuo Academy's auditorium, where students and faculty, mostly unaware of the supernatural elements, believed they were watching an elaborate virtual reality exhibition match. In reality, the actual battle would take place in a pocket dimension modeled after the disputed territory, the abandoned castle and surrounding lands. Only Rias, her peerage, Riser, and his peerage would physically enter this dimension, with their actions broadcast to viewers via magical means. Izuku stood with the others in the Occult Research Club room, which served as their preparation area before transportation to the battlefield. Everyone wore specialized battle attire, Kiba in lightweight armor suited to his speed, Kaneko in fighting gloves and durable workout clothes, Akino in her Shrine Maiden outfit. Rias wore a modified version of her school uniform, enhanced with protective magic. For Izuku, they had created something unique, a battle suit that accommodated both his devil and beast aspects. Reinforced dark green material covered his torso and limbs, with special openings for his wings and designed to stretch during transformation. His rabbit ears remained uncovered, serving as both symbol and functional sensory organs. Remember the plan, Rias said as they conducted final equipment checks. Stick to your assigned zones, maintain communication, and adapt as needed. Riser will expect us to target him directly, we use that expectation against him. A magic circle appeared in the center of the room, from which stepped Graphia. Her expression was as impassive as ever as she surveyed the group. It is time, she announced. The audience has assembled, and the battlefield is prepared. As arbiter of this raiding game, I will now transport you to the starting position. She turned her attention specifically to Izuku. Beast King. This match has drawn unprecedented attention. I trust you understand the significance beyond the immediate contest. I do, Izuku confirmed, meeting her gaze steadily. Good. Something like approval flickered briefly in her eyes. Then I wish you all fair combat. The transportation will begin in 30 seconds. As Graphia stepped back, Rias gathered her peerage in a tight circle. Whatever happens, she said, looking at each of them, know that I'm proud to call you my family. We fight not just for my freedom, but for all of us, for our right to determine our own futures. The magic circle beneath their feet began to glow, expanding to encompass the entire group. Together, Izuku said, placing his hand in the center of their circle. The others joined him, hands stacked in unified purpose. For our king, Kiba stated. For our future, Akino added. For family, Kaneko finished quietly. The light intensified, enveloping them completely. When it faded, they stood on a grassy hill overlooking a sprawling stone castle. The structure showed signs of age and abandonment, crumbling towers, overgrown courtyards, broken windows that stared like empty eyes across the landscape. Above them, the crimson sky of the underworld seemed closer and more intense than usual, lending an otherworldly quality to the scene. A magical barrier shimmered faintly at the edges of vision, marking the boundaries of the battlefield. Graphia's voice resonated throughout the dimension, though she was nowhere to be seen. Welcome to the raiding game between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. The objective is twofold: eliminate opposing pieces according to standard rules, and secure control of the central castle's throne room. Victory may be achieved through either condition. A map materialized in the air before them, displaying the battlefield layout. Their position was marked in crimson, while Riser's team appeared as orange dots at the opposite end of the territory. You have 5 minutes for final preparations before combat commences. Good fortune to both houses. The map vanished, and Rias immediately shifted into command mode. Kiba, scout the perimeter as planned. Kaneko, secure our fallback position in the eastern ruins. Akino, aerial reconnaissance but maintain cloud cover. Izuku, with me to the initial staging point. They dispersed according to plan. Izuku followed Rias toward a cluster of large boulders that provided both cover and a strategic vantage point. As they moved, he extended his senses, the Beast King's awareness picking up subtle details of their surroundings, the movement of small creatures in the underbrush, the faint magical residue clinging to the ancient stones, the almost imperceptible pulse of energy beneath the ground. You feel it, don't you? Rias asked, noticing his distraction. The nexus point. Izuku nodded. It's like a heartbeat. Slow but powerful. And it's responding to my presence. Can you use it without triggering a full territorial manifestation? I think so, Izuku replied, though uncertainty crept into his voice. The scroll described techniques for channeling Nexus energy gradually rather than claiming it outright. They reached the boulders and took position, using the natural formation as cover while maintaining sight lines to multiple approaches. Riser will send scouts first, Rias predicted, scanning the landscape. Probably his pawns, maybe a knight for speed. Izuku's ear twitched, catching a distant sound. Movement from the southwest. Fast and light, definitely a knight. Rias nodded. Right on schedule. Akino, do you have visual? She asked through a communication circle. Confirmed, came Akino's voice. One knight, 2 pawns approaching your position. Riser remains at their base with his queen and rooks. Perfect, Rias smiled. Kiba, intercept the knight. Kaneko, circle behind the pawns. Izuku and I will engage directly on my signal. The plan was unfolding exactly as they'd anticipated. Riser, confident in his superior experience and regenerative abilities, was playing conventionally, securing territory methodically while keeping his strongest pieces in reserve. What he didn't know was that the Gremory strategy hinged not on traditional raiding game tactics but on the unique properties of both the battlefield and Izuku's evolving abilities. 3 minutes later, Graphia's voice announced the commencement of combat. Almost immediately, Kiba engaged the opposing knight in a blur of sword strikes visible through the trees to their west. The clash served as distraction while Rias and Izuku repositioned toward the approaching pawns. Now, Rias whispered as the pawns entered a small clearing. She stepped into view, hands glowing with the power of destruction. The pawns, twin girls with matching chainsaws, grinned at the apparent opportunity. Look, it's the Gremory princess herself. Easy pickings, Nell. Let's get her. They charged forward, chainsaws roaring, only to skid to a halt as Izuku dropped from above, landing between them and Rias. His partial transformation manifested instantly, horns, claws, and scaled wings spreading wide. The Beast King, one whispered, chainsaws lowering slightly. Riser-sama said to be careful of this one, the other replied, before rallying her courage. But there's 2 of us and only 1 of him. They attacked simultaneously from opposite sides, a coordinated assault that might have worked against a conventional opponent. But Izuku was neither conventional nor unprepared. As they closed in, he slammed his fist into the ground, channeling beast energy into the earth. The nexus point beneath the battlefield responded, sending a pulse of green energy radiating outward through the soil. The ground beneath the pawns shifted suddenly, causing them to lose balance. In that moment of vulnerability, Rias struck. Crimson destruction energy engulfed one pawn completely while Izuku dispatched the other with a precise claw strike to her shoulder, damaging but not lethal, just enough for the rating game system to register elimination. 2 pawns of Lord Riser have been eliminated, Graphia's voice announced. First blood to us, Rias smiled. Kiba, status? Knight neutralized, came his reply through the communication circle. Proceeding to secondary objective. Kaneko. In position at the eastern approach. No contact yet. Akino. Riser's queen is on the move. She's searching for something, circling the castle rather than engaging directly. Izuku and Rias exchanged knowing glances. Yubaluna, Riser's queen, was likely trying to locate Izuku specifically. Their strategy depended on controlling when and where that confrontation occurred. Proceed to Phase 2, Rias commanded. Izuku, you know what to do. Izuku nodded, spreading his wings. Be careful. You too, she replied softly. They separated, Rias moving toward the rendezvous point with Kaneko while Izuku took to the air, keeping low and using the terrain for cover. His destination was the castle's western tower, which overlooked both the main approach and the central courtyard. As he flew, he maintained awareness of the nexus energy beneath him. The ancient power recognized him somehow, responding to his passage like ripples following a stone cast into water. It would have been easy to simply claim it all at once, to establish his territory immediately, but that would play into Riser's expectations. Instead, he followed the technique from Alaric's scroll, absorbing the energy gradually, building it within himself for the moment it would be needed most. He reached the tower without incident, landing on a partially collapsed upper level that offered excellent visibility while providing cover from below. From this vantage point, he could see Kiba engaged with another of Riser's knights near the castle gatehouse, while Kaneko was methodically eliminating pawns trying to flank their position. Movement caught his eye, a flash of purple hair and fire magic. Yubaluna, Riser's queen, was approaching the castle from the north, exactly as they'd predicted. She paused occasionally to unleash explosive magic at suspected hiding places, systematically clearing potential ambush sites. Izuku touched the communication circle at his ear. Queen approaching from north. Implementing diversion. Understood, came Rias's reply. Akino is in position. Izuku channeled a small portion of beast energy into his palms, creating a visible green glow that would be noticeable to anyone looking in his direction. As expected, Yubaluna spotted it almost immediately, changing course toward his position. He ducked behind the tower's parapet, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. A massive explosion rocked the tower, disintegrating the section where he'd been standing moments before. Debris rained down as dust clouded the air. Did you think it would be that easy, Beast King? Yubaluna called out, hovering nearby. Show yourself. Izuku remained hidden, drawing more energy from the nexus point. The power filled him, demanding release, but he held it in check. Timing was everything. Another explosion struck the tower, closer this time. Yubaluna was systematically destroying his cover, forcing him to either flee or fight. I expected more from the rumored Beast King, she taunted. Perhaps the stories were exaggerated. A third explosion hit directly above him, sending stones crashing down. Izuku rolled aside, finally revealing his position as dust and debris settled around him. There you are, Yubaluna smiled coldly, gathering fire magic in her hands. Riser-sama has special plans for you after we win. Your power will serve House Phoenix well. Sorry to disappoint, Izuku replied, rising to his feet. But I already have a king. He spread his wings and launched himself toward her, closing the distance before she could release her prepared attack. She adapted quickly, switching to close-range combat magic that created a barrier of flames around her. Izuku met fire with beast energy, green power neutralizing the flames as his claws sought purchase. They grappled briefly in mid-air before separating, each assessing the other's capabilities. Impressive, Yubaluna acknowledged. But you're still new to devil combat. Experience will prevail. She unleashed a barrage of explosion spells, forcing Izuku into evasive maneuvers. The air around the tower became a deadly obstacle course of detonations and shrapnel. Izuku weathered the assault, using his rook durability to absorb impacts that would have incapacitated others. All the while, he was drawing more Nexus energy, channeling it through specific pathways as described in Alaric's scroll. Now, Akino, he called when Yubaluna paused to gather a particularly powerful attack. Lightning streaked from the clouds above, catching Riser's queen in a cage of electrical energy. She screamed as the thunder magic coursed through her, momentarily paralyzed. Akino appeared from her hiding place among the clouds, her expression unusually serious as she maintained the lightning attack. She's all yours, Izuku-kun. Izuku didn't waste the opportunity. He flew directly at the immobilized queen, beast energy gathered around his fist. The impact sent her crashing through the remains of the tower and into the courtyard below. Yubaluna struggled to her feet, reaching for a vial at her belt, Phoenix Tears, the healing item that made Riser's peerage so difficult to defeat permanently. But before she could use it, Izuku landed before her and knocked it from her grasp. Surrender, he commanded, beast energy swirling around him. Never, she spat, gathering her remaining power for a desperate attack. Izuku sighed. I was hoping to avoid this. He released a portion of the stored Nexus energy, directing it in a controlled manifestation. Partial domain, subjugation. Green energy surrounded Yubaluna, forming a cage-like structure that constricted her movements and suppressed her magic. The partial territory, much smaller than his full manifestation, served its purpose without revealing the full extent of his abilities. What is this? She gasped, struggling against the energy bonds. The Beast King's authority, Izuku replied simply. Graphia-sama, I believe this constitutes elimination. After a brief pause, Graphia's voice announced, Queen of Lord Riser has been eliminated. As Yubaluna disappeared from the battlefield in a flash of light, transported to the recovery area, Akino landed beside Izuku. Well executed, she smiled. Though I'm surprised you didn't use your full territory. Not yet, Izuku replied. We stick to the plan. How are the others? Kiba has eliminated another knight and a bishop. Kaneko took down 3 more pawns before sustaining injuries, she's recovered now and guarding the eastern approach. Bucho is proceeding toward the throne room. And Riser? Still at their base. He sent his remaining pieces to intercept Bucho. Izuku nodded. Perfect. He doesn't realize we want him to commit everything. They proceeded toward the castle's central structure, where the throne room, and final objective, awaited. Along the way, they encountered and dispatched Riser's remaining rook, working in perfect tandem. Akino's lightning magic stunned the opponent while Izuku delivered the finishing blow. By the time they reached the grand entrance hall, the raiding game announcements had confirmed the elimination of all of Riser's pieces except for 1 bishop and Riser himself. The Gremory team had lost only a single pawn, a faint piece they'd recruited specifically for this match. He'll be getting desperate now, Akino observed as they moved through the hall toward the throne room doors. Riser hates losing, and he's never been this close to defeat. That makes him dangerous, Izuku agreed. Is everyone in position for the final phase? Akino checked her communication circle. Confirmed. Bucho and Kiba are approaching from the secret passage. Kaneko is securing our escape route if needed. They paused outside the massive double doors leading to the throne room. Through the ancient wood, Izuku could sense 2 presences, Riser and his remaining bishop, likely his sister Ravel based on their intelligence. Ready? Akino asked. Izuku nodded, feeling the accumulated Nexus energy humming within him, ready for release. Let's end this. They pushed open the doors to reveal a vast chamber dominated by a stone throne on a raised dais. Riser lounged upon it, the picture of arrogant confidence despite his decimated peerage. Beside him stood Ravel, looking considerably less assured. "Ah, the Beast King himself," Riser drawled, straightening slightly. "And Rias's Thunder Priestess. Come to face your inevitable defeat in person?" "Actually," Izuku replied calmly, "we're here to deliver terms of surrender." Riser laughed incredulously. "Surrender? I still stand undefeated, and this is a raiding game. Victory isn't determined until one king falls. Or until the throne room is secured," Aquino pointed out. "Those were the special conditions for this match. And you think the two of you can take it from me?" Riser stood, flames beginning to engulf his body. "I am immortal. Even if you manage to defeat my peerage, you cannot defeat me." "We don't need to defeat you," Izuku smiled. "Just distract you." On cue, the floor beneath the throne shimmered as a crimson magic circle appeared. Rias and Kiba emerged from the secret passage they discovered in the castle blueprints, directly behind Riser's position. "Checkmate," Rias declared, her power of destruction already forming around her hands. Riser spun around, flames intensifying. "A clever trick, but futile. Even surrounded, I cannot lose." "Oni-sama, perhaps we should consider," Ravel began, clearly reading the situation more accurately than her brother. "Silence." Riser cut her off. "I will not be humiliated by Rias and her servants." He launched himself at Rias, a comet of fire and rage. Kiba intercepted with blinding speed, his sword creating a barrier of slashes that momentarily halted Riser's advance. In that crucial moment, Aquino unleashed her lightning, striking Riser from behind. The Phoenix Heir roared in pain and fury, his regeneration already healing the damage even as it was inflicted. He lashed out in all directions, fire magic scorching the ancient stones of the throne room. "Now, Izuku!" Rias called. This was the moment they had planned for, the culmination of their strategy and the true test of Izuku's control over the Beast King's power. Izuku released the Nexus energy he'd been gathering, but not in a wild surge. Instead, he channeled it with precise intent, following the patterns described in Alaric's scroll to the letter. Domain expansion, Beast King's territory. Green energy erupted from his body, expanding rapidly to encompass the entire throne room. Unlike his previous manifestations, this one didn't just create a field effect, it rewrote the fundamental rules of the space it occupied. The stone floor transformed, ancient carvings appearing that depicted beasts of all kinds. The air thickened with primal power, and most importantly, the throne itself changed, the simple stone chair becoming an elaborate seat of authority with beast motifs and glowing green runes. "What is this?" Riser demanded, his flames flickering as they encountered the territory's influence. "What have you done?" "I've claimed this throne room," Izuku stated, his voice carrying the resonant quality of the Beast King. "But not for myself." He turned to Rias and bowed deeply. "My king, your throne awaits." Understanding dawned in Riser's eyes too late. "No. This is impossible." Rias walked regally toward the transformed throne, the territory parting before her like water. As she sat, the green energy suffusing the room took on crimson highlights, beast power acknowledging devil authority in perfect harmony. "In this domain," Izuku explained, "the Beast King's power recognizes Rias Gremory as rightful ruler. And in a raiding game where securing the throne room is victory condition." Graphia's voice echoed throughout the battlefield, "The throne room has been secured by House Gremory. Victory conditions fulfilled. The winner is Rias Gremory and her peerage." Riser stood frozen in disbelief, flames dying around him as the announcement confirmed his defeat. Ravel placed a gentle hand on her brother's arm, murmuring something too quiet for the others to hear. After a moment, Riser's shoulders slumped in defeat. "So be it," he said bitterly. You've won, Rias. Our engagement is ended. Rias rose from the throne, maintaining her dignity despite the elation she must have felt. Thank you for acknowledging the outcome, Riser. I hope our houses can maintain positive relations despite this result. Riser didn't respond, turning away as both he and Ravel dissolved into light, transported from the battlefield now that the match was concluded. The remaining members of Rias's peerage gathered in the throne room, Kaneko joining them last. Despite their injuries and exhaustion, triumph shone on every face. We did it, Kiba said, sheathing his sword with a satisfied smile. Bucho is free, Kaneko added quietly, the ghost of a smile on her normally expressionless face. Akino approached Rias, embracing her friend. Congratulations. Rias returned the hug, then turned to Izuku. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears of joy and relief. Thank you. All of you. But especially you, Izuku. Without your power, without your strategy. It was a team victory, Izuku insisted, though he couldn't help the pride that swelled within him. Everyone played their part perfectly. The territory around them began to fade as the raiding game system prepared to return them to the real world. Before it disappeared completely, Rias took Izuku's hand, squeezing it gently. This is just the beginning, she said softly. For all of us. As light enveloped them for transport, Izuku reflected on how far he'd come since arriving in this dimension. From lost hero to beast king, from stranger to trusted ally. And now, as the territory manifestation had proven, something new entirely, neither servant nor independent ruler, but a power working in harmonious partnership with Devil Society. The Beast King had claimed his first territory. Not for himself, but for a cause he believed in. For people who had become precious to him. For family. Chapter 3, Crown of Thorns and Roses. Victory changed everything. The raiding game triumph against Riser Phoenix rippled through Devil Society like a stone dropped in still water. Within days, Izuku couldn't walk through Kuo Academy without drawing stares and whispers. Students who'd never spoken to him suddenly found reasons to be in his path. Even human students, unaware of the supernatural world, sensed something had shifted in the school's social hierarchy. You'd think you were a celebrity, Kiba commented as they walked to the occult research club after classes, another group of girls giggling as they passed. Izuku's rabbit ears twitched in embarrassment beneath his concealing cap. It's ridiculous. I was just one piece of our strategy. The centerpiece, Kiba corrected. Word spread fast about how you manifested territory and claimed the throne for Bucho. The younger devils are calling it, the partnership gambit, a whole new approach to power dynamics. Great. I've been here a few months and already have a chess move named after me. Kiba laughed. Better that than some of the other nicknames circulating. I've heard the Green Devil and Gremorese Beast, among others. I still prefer Beast King, Izuku said with a wry smile. At least that one acknowledges I'm my own person. That's part of why it's all so fascinating to them, Kiba explained. You're both servant and sovereign. Traditional devils can't wrap their heads around the contradiction. They reached the old schoolhouse that housed the club, pushing open the ornate doors to find an unexpected scene. The usual furniture had been rearranged to accommodate a long meeting table, around which sat not just Rias and the usual peerage members, but several unfamiliar figures. Ah, Izuku, Kiba, perfect timing. Rias gestured them forward. We have guests. Izuku immediately recognized Sona Citri and her queen, Tsubaki. Beside them sat Seraphal Leviathan in surprisingly formal attire rather than her magical girl costume. At the far end of the table, Graphia observed the proceedings with her typical inscrutable expression. But it was the final guest who caught Izuku's attention most sharply, a woman with long silver hair tied in a complex braid, wearing an elegant black dress that somehow seemed both conservative and provocative. She radiated power similar to Graphia, but with a distinctly different flavor, wild where Graphia was controlled. Allow me to introduce everyone properly, Rias said, noting Izuku's curious gaze. You know Sona, Tsubaki, Serafal-sama, and Grafia. Our final guest is Roygun Belphegor, head of the Belphegor clan and one of the highest-ranked rating game competitors in the underworld. Roygun inclined her head slightly, studying Izuku with undisguised interest. The famous Beast King. Your performance in the rating game was illuminating. Thank you, Izuku replied, bowing respectfully. Though I'm not sure what I did to warrant such distinguished attention. That's precisely what we're here to discuss, Serafal chimed in, her cheerful tone contrasting with her formal appearance. Your territorial manifestation has stirred up quite the hornet's nest in the underworld. Political ripples, Sona added, adjusting her glasses. Both positive and concerning. Izuku took a seat beside Rias, while Kiba joined Akino and Kaneko at the side of the room. The atmosphere felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. Am I in some kind of trouble? Izuku asked directly. Not trouble, Grafia answered. But your actions have accelerated certain developments. The traditional power balance between factions is shifting, and you've become a significant variable in those calculations. What my colleague means, Roygun interjected with a slight smile, is that you've scared the hell out of the old guard while simultaneously inspiring the younger generation. Quite the achievement for someone so new to our world. Izuku looked to Rias, who nodded encouragingly. We're here to discuss alliance possibilities. After the rating game, several influential devils expressed interest in forming connections with you, and by extension, with the Gremory House. Connections? Izuku repeated, not entirely comfortable with the political implications. Devil society functions through alliances, Sona explained patiently. Formal relationships between houses and individuals that establish mutual support and protection. Which usually means marriage contracts, Serafal added bluntly, grinning at Izuku's startled expression. Don't worry, we're not proposing anything so archaic. Yet. What we are proposing, Grafia continued, redirecting the conversation, is a formal acknowledgement of your unique status. The rating game demonstrated that the Beast King's power can work in harmony with established devil authority. That opens possibilities for new types of alliances. Roygun leaned forward, silver hair catching the light. The Belphegor house is particularly interested in establishing ties. My territory borders areas where fallen angel activity has increased dramatically since your arrival in our dimension. Kokabiel, Izuku guessed, recalling the fallen angel lord who'd been targeting him. Precisely, Roygun confirmed. His forces have grown bolder, attacking devil territory with increasing frequency. Intelligence suggests he's building towards something significant, something centered around you. The news wasn't surprising, but hearing it confirmed sent a chill down Izuku's spine. He wants to extract the Beast King power. His lieutenant mentioned something about that during the attack on the Gremory estate. Extraction is crude but accurate, Serafal said, her playful demeanor fading. Ancient texts suggest the primal powers, like the Beast King's dominion, can be separated from their vessels under certain conditions. The process is invariably fatal to the original wielder. And afterwards? Izuku asked. The power could potentially be contained or even transferred to another host, Sona replied. Though historical attempts have all ended, catastrophically. Which brings us to our current dilemma, Grafia stated. Kokabiel grows stronger daily. His alliance with rogue elements from other factions suggests preparation for large-scale conflict. We believe he intends to capture you during this build-up phase, before you reach full manifestation of your powers. Izuku absorbed this information, his analytical mind immediately processing strategic implications. So we have a timeline. But what does this have to do with forming alliances now? Protection and preparation, Rias answered. Individually, our houses are vulnerable to coordinated attack. Together, we present a unified front that even Kokabiel would hesitate to challenge directly. And there's another consideration, Roygun added, her voice dropping slightly. Not all devils view your emergence positively. Some see the Beast King's potential territorial claim as a threat to established power structures. You mean they're afraid I'll carve out my own kingdom and upset the hierarchy, Izuku translated. Exactly, Seraphol nodded approvingly. Which is why these preliminary alliances are so important. They signal that your power strengthens existing structures rather than threatening them. Izuku considered this, ears twitching thoughtfully beneath his cap. The politics felt familiar yet alien, similar to hero society's complex rankings and affiliations, but with ancient power dynamics and literal territories at stake instead of public approval ratings. What exactly would these alliances entail, he finally asked. Formal recognition of mutual support, Sona explained. Shared intelligence, coordinated defense, and access to resources across allied territories. Cultural exchange too, Seraphol added cheerfully. You'd spend time in each of our domains, learning our customs while we learn about your abilities. And in return? Izuku pressed, sensing there was more. In return, Roigun said with a frank gaze, you would agree to consult allied houses before establishing any permanent territory of your own. Our support in exchange for assurance that the Beast King works with us, not against us. So there it was, support in exchange for control. Or at least influence. Izuku glanced at Rias, whose expression remained carefully neutral. What do you think? He asked her directly. I think alliances make us stronger, she replied diplomatically. But the terms must respect your unique nature. You're my rook, but the Beast King power has its own imperatives that we're still discovering. Her answer pleased him, acknowledging both their connection and his autonomy. He turned back to the assembled Devil Queens. I'm open to alliances, he said slowly. But I need to be clear about something first. I came to this dimension by accident, and my priority remains finding a way home eventually. Any agreements we make have to account for that possibility. Of course, Sona nodded. We can include conditional clauses for interdimensional travel. And one more thing, Izuku continued, feeling suddenly bold. These alliances need to be partnerships, not leashes. I won't trade Riser's cage for a different one, no matter how gilded. His declaration created a momentary silence. Then, surprisingly, Graphia smiled, a small but genuine expression that transformed her severe features. Well stated, she said. Lord Lucifer will be pleased to hear your perspective. He specifically cautioned against attempting to control you through political maneuvering. My brother can be insightful when he tries, Rias commented dryly. Sometimes, Graphia agreed with what might have been affection. Now, shall we discuss the practical aspects of these arrangements? The meeting continued for hours, detailing security protocols, training schedules, and territorial visitations. By the time they finished, preliminary alliance frameworks had been established with the Citri, Leviathan, and Belphegor houses, with Graphia indicating tentative approval from the Lucifuge family as well. As the visitors prepared to leave, Roigun approached Izuku privately. Beast King, she said, her voice pitched for his ears alone. A word of warning that didn't belong in formal discussions. Izuku nodded, sensing her serious intent. Kokabiel isn't working alone, she continued quietly. There are whispers of devil involvement in his plans, old blood, from before the current Satan regime. You have names? Nothing concrete yet. But be wary of ancient devils who approach you with too much knowledge about your power. Some see the Beast King as a tool for returning to the old ways, when devils ruled through fear rather than governance. With that cryptic warning, she departed, leaving Izuku with fresh concerns to consider. After the guests left, Rias's peerage gathered for a more candid assessment of the meeting's outcomes. That was intense, Kiba observed, loosening his tie. I've never seen so many high-ranking devils in one room outside the underworld. They're scared, Kaneko stated matter-of-factly. Not just of Kokabiel. Of him. She nodded toward Izuku. Not scared, Akino corrected gently. Strategic. They recognize a rising power and want to align themselves accordingly. Both, Kaneko insisted. Fear drives strategy. Either way, Rias interjected, we've established important groundwork. These alliances give us breathing room to prepare for whatever Kokabiel is planning. Izuku removed his cap, his rabbit ears straightening with relief after hours confined. Speaking of preparation, what's next? I'm still struggling with certain aspects of the Beast King power. That's being addressed, Rias smiled. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin specialized training with each allied house. Sona will focus on tactical applications of your territory, Roigun on combat techniques, and Seraphol on magical theory related to primal powers. And Graphia? Izuku asked, recalling the silver-haired maid's formidable abilities. She has something specific in mind, Rias replied with a slightly mysterious smile. Something about testing your limits properly. She wouldn't elaborate further. That sounds ominous, Izuku muttered. It should, Akino laughed. Graphia's training methods are legendary for their intensity. Great, Izuku sighed, though part of him welcomed the challenge. In his hero days, pushing limits had been the path to growth. As they prepared to leave for the evening, Rias asked Izuku to stay behind. Once they were alone, her formal demeanor softened noticeably. I wanted to check how you're really feeling about all this, she said, perching on the edge of her desk. Political alliances, training schedules, threat assessments, it's a lot to process. Izuku appreciated her concern. It's overwhelming sometimes, he admitted. Back home, I was still establishing myself as a pro-hero. Here, I'm suddenly at the center of dimensional politics. Do you regret accepting my evil piece? She asked quietly. Becoming my rook? Never, Izuku answered without hesitation. That decision gave me purpose when I was lost between worlds. A home when I had none. He stepped closer, emboldened by emotions he'd been carefully containing. And people I've come to care about deeply. Rias's eyes softened, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. People? Or someone specific? The question hung between them, charged with potential. Izuku opened his mouth to respond when a magical circle suddenly flared to life in the center of the room. Both jumped back, instantly alert as the circle expanded. From it emerged a young man with crimson hair similar to Rias's, dressed in elaborate formal attire that screamed nobility. Onia-sama. Rias exclaimed, surprise and irritation mingling in her voice. You could have called first. And missed that charming moment I just interrupted? The man, who could only be Surzek's Lucifer, one of the 4 Satan rulers, grinned mischievously. Where would be the fun in that? His gaze shifted to Izuku, who stood frozen in shock at the casual appearance of a being reputed to be among the strongest in the underworld. Ah, the Beast King himself, Surzek said warmly. I've been looking forward to meeting you properly. Graphia speaks quite highly of your potential, and she's notoriously difficult to impress. Izuku recovered enough to bow deeply. Lucifer-sama. This is an unexpected honor. Please, call me Surzek. We're practically family now. The Satan ruler waved away the formality. And I apologize for the dramatic entrance. Old habits die hard. Why are you here, brother? Rias asked, her initial surprise fading into suspicion. The alliance meeting concluded hours ago. Can't a loving brother visit his adorable sister without an agenda? Surzek asked innocently. No, Rias stated flatly. Surzek laughed, the sound surprisingly warm and genuine for someone of his status. Fair enough. The truth is, I came to see the Beast King for myself before the formal reception next week. And to deliver a warning that couldn't be trusted to magical communication. His expression turned serious, power briefly flaring around him, a reminder of why this seemingly affable man held the title of Lucifer. Kokabiel has acquired a weapon, he said gravely. An artifact called the Dimension Splitter. My sources confirmed it yesterday. What does it do? Izuku asked, already dreading the answer. Exactly what the name suggests, Surzex replied. It creates tiers between dimensions, unstable ones that can be weaponized. In the hands of someone with Kokabiel's ambition, he could trigger dimensional collapses in strategic locations, Izuku realized, horror dawning. Or create pathways for invasion forces. Precisely. Surzex nodded. And we believe he plans to use it in conjunction with the Beast King's power, your power, to amplify its effects exponentially. Rias paled. How would he accomplish that without Izuku's cooperation? The extraction ritual I mentioned earlier, Surzex explained grimly. If successful, it would separate the Beast King's essence from its human vessel. The raw power could then be channeled into the Dimension Splitter. With what result? Izuku asked. Best case. Targeted dimensional breaches to specific worlds Kokabiel wishes to conquer. Worst case. Surzex shrugged grimly. Complete collapse of the dimensional barriers separating countless realities. Chaos on a scale we can barely comprehend. The implications staggered Izuku. This wasn't just about him anymore, or even this dimension. His power, this thing inside him that he was only beginning to understand, could potentially threaten entire worlds. Including his home dimension. His mother. Everyone he'd left behind. How do we stop him? Izuku asked, newfound determination hardening his voice. That's the spirit, Surzex smiled approvingly. First step is completing your training with our allied houses. The Beast King power at full manifestation should be capable of neutralizing the Dimension Splitter. And if I can't master it in time? Then we fight with what we have, Surzex replied simply. The alliances you've established today are more significant than you realize. 5 major devil houses unified in purpose. That hasn't happened since the Great War. 5? Izuku questioned, counting mentally. Gremory, Citri, Leviathan, Belphegor. And Lucifuge, Surzex finished. Graphia's family has formally requested inclusion in your alliance network. That's practically unprecedented, they rarely align with anyone outside direct Satan service. Before Izuku could process this development, Surzex clapped his hands together. But enough doom and gloom. The reception next week will officially recognize these alliances. It's being held at my estate in the underworld, formal attire, excessive food, tedious speeches, the usual affair. His eyes twinkled with mischief. I'll make sure you two are seated together. Perhaps you can finish that conversation I so rudely interrupted. Brother. Rias protested, blushing furiously. What? I'm merely facilitating diplomatic relations, Surzex said with mock innocence. Then, with a wink at Izuku, take care of my sister, Beast King. She's quite fond of you, you know. Before either could respond, he disappeared in a flash of crimson light, leaving behind a lingering chuckle and 2 thoroughly embarrassed devils. The specialized training began the following day, with a schedule that left Izuku barely time to breathe between sessions. Each Devil Queen focused on different aspects of his abilities, pushing him to explore facets of the Beast King's power he hadn't considered. Sona's approach was methodical and academic. In the reinforced basement of her family's mansion, she created elaborate scenarios for testing territory boundaries. The key distinction, she explained, adjusting her glasses as Izuku panted from his latest attempt, is between temporary manifestation and permanent claim. What you've demonstrated so far is impressive but ephemeral. You're saying I need to make it stick, Izuku translated, wiping sweat from his brow. Essentially. Sona gestured to the magical diagrams floating around them. Permanent territory requires anchoring your essence to the physical and metaphysical properties of the space. It's not just projecting power outward, it's weaving your very nature into the fabric of reality. That sounds invasive, Izuku frowned. Like I'm forcing myself onto the world. Sona considered this perspective. An interesting ethical concern. Perhaps that's why the Beast King power requires a worthy vessel, someone who questions when and how to use such authority. Her insight struck Izuku as profound. If the power could indeed rewrite reality within its domain, the character of its wielder would determine whether that became tyranny or protection. Try again, Sona instructed. But this time, don't think about projecting power. Think about connection. What does this space need? How can your essence fulfill that need? The shift in perspective changed everything. Instead of forcing his territory to expand, Izuku reached out with awareness, feeling the emptiness of the training room, its sterility, its disconnect from the natural world. He extended not domination but invitation, offering vitality where there was none. The green energy flowed more naturally this time, seeping into walls and floor like water into parched earth. Plants began sprouting from concrete, vines curling up columns, moss softening harsh edges. The temperature adjusted to perfect comfort, and the air filled with the clean scent of forest after rain. Extraordinary, Sona breathed, turning slowly to take in the transformation. You've created not just a territory but an ecosystem. Izuku felt the difference immediately. This manifestation didn't drain him like previous attempts. Instead, it seemed self-sustaining, drawing energy from the connection itself rather than constantly pulling from his reserves. It feels right, he said, struggling to articulate the sensation. Like I'm not creating something new but revealing what was always meant to be here. That's the essence of true territorial claim, Sona nodded approvingly. Not conquest but revelation, bringing forth the potential that exists in harmony with your nature. The territory remained stable for hours, gradually fading only when Izuku deliberately released his connection. But even after it disappeared visibly, he could sense a lingering bond with the space, as if it remembered him and would welcome his return. Roigun's training couldn't have been more different. Where Sona focused on theory and controlled manifestation, the Belphegor had emphasized combat applications with brutal efficiency. Again, she commanded, sending another wave of energy constructs at Izuku. Her raiding game experience showed in the precision of her attacks, each one targeting a specific weakness in his defense. Izuku dodged and countered, beast energy flowing through his movements. His partial transformation, now easily maintained for hours, gave him enhanced strength and speed, while his scaled wings provided aerial maneuverability. You're still fighting like a hero, Roigun critiqued, casually deflecting his counterattack. Prioritizing minimal damage and defensive positioning. Is that wrong? Izuku asked, circling warily. Against Kokabiel? Absolutely. Her silver hair whipped around her as she launched a surprise attack from below. Fallen angels fight to kill. Hesitation means death. Izuku barely evaded, the energy blast singeing his wing tip. I was trained to protect, not destroy. Noble, Roigun acknowledged, not slowing her assault. But sometimes protection requires elimination. The Beast King of Legend wasn't gentle with threats to his domain. She pressed her advantage, forcing Izuku into increasingly defensive postures until he was backed against the training room wall. What will you do when Kokabiel threatens not just you but those you care about? She demanded. When your hesitation costs Rias her life? Or that serious Citri girl? Or any of the others you've sworn to protect? The scenario hit him like a physical blow, images of Rias falling, Sona broken, his new friends destroyed because he couldn't bring himself to strike decisively. Something primal stirred within him, the beast aspect of his power responding to the perceived threat. His transformation deepened, claws lengthening, muscle mass increasing, a partial muzzle forming as his face shifted toward more bestial features. There it is, Roigun smiled, satisfaction glinting in her eyes. The predator beneath the hero. Izuku launched himself forward with newfound ferocity, no longer just evading but actively hunting his opponent. His attacks carried devastating power, each strike forcing Roigun to defend seriously for the first time in their training. Better. She laughed, genuine excitement in her voice as they exchanged blows at speeds that would render them invisible to human eyes. The Beast King isn't just about territory, it's about dominance when necessary. Their sparring intensified, Izuku's combat instincts merging with the primal power to create something new, neither mindless aggression nor calculated restraint, but purposeful ferocity directed with precision. When they finally paused, both breathing heavily, Roigun regarded him with newfound respect. "You have it in you," she said. "The capacity to be ruthless when the situation demands, while retaining enough humanity to choose when that's necessary. That balance is rare." Izuku reverted to his less bestial form, processing her words. "In my world, the best heroes found that line. All Might could devastate villains while saving civilians with a smile." "This All Might sounds impressive," Roigun commented. "But remember, here, the threats aren't just physical. Kokabiel will attack through politics, manipulation, hostages, dimensional threats. Being ready to fight doesn't mean abandoning your principles, it means protecting them with every tool available." The lesson resonated with Izuku. His hero training had prepared him for direct combat and rescue operations, but the devil world required additional layers of strategy and, sometimes, preemptive action. "I understand," he said, straightening his shoulders. "Let's continue." Seraphal's approach to training defied all expectations. Rather than the serious magical instruction Rias had described, the Satan ruler insisted they begin with ice cream, she announced cheerfully, materializing an elaborate dessert spread in the middle of her private training dimension. "We can't possibly discuss primal energies without proper fuel." Izuku stared bewildered at the mountain of sweets. "Is this part of the training?" "Everything is training if you're paying attention," Seraphal winked, handing him a bowl with at least 5 different flavors. "Besides, sugar helps magical cores recover faster. Scientific fact." Despite his doubts about her methods, Izuku accepted the ice cream and sat cross-legged on the crystalline floor of her training space, a beautiful realm that resembled a winter palace made of prismatic ice. "So," Seraphal began, somehow maintaining perfect dignity while eating ice cream with childlike enthusiasm, "what do you know about dimensional theory?" The question caught him off guard. "Not much. Just that I arrived here through a villain's portal ability, and now Kokabiel has some weapon that can manipulate dimensions." "The dimension splitter," Seraphal nodded, suddenly serious despite her playful appearance. "Nasty little artifact from before the Great War. We thought it was destroyed centuries ago. What exactly can it do?" "Think of reality as fabric," Seraphal explained, conjuring an illusion of woven threads between them. Different dimensions are separate pieces of fabric, normally isolated from each other except at naturally occurring thin spots. The illusion showed multiple layers of shimmering material, occasionally touching at certain points. "The splitter doesn't just create portals between these fabrics," she continued, her magic showing a tear forming between layers. "It damages the fundamental structure of the boundary itself, making it increasingly difficult to repair with each use." "And combined with the Beast King power?" Seraphal's expression darkened. "Primal powers like yours exist partially outside conventional dimensional constraints. They're woven into the fabric of multiple realities simultaneously. If Kokabiel succeeds in extracting and weaponizing your power..." The illusion showed the tears spreading catastrophically, entire sections of reality collapsing in on themselves. "He could create permanent breaches," Izuku concluded grimly. "Or destroy dimensional boundaries entirely." "Exactly." Seraphal dispelled the illusion, her childlike persona momentarily absent. "Which is why we need to develop your dimensional awareness before it's too late." "My what?" "Your connection to other realities," she explained, brightening again. "The Beast King power isn't limited to this dimension. Part of why it's so potent is that it draws energy from multiple worlds simultaneously." This was new information. "You're saying I'm connected to my home dimension? Right now?" "And others." Seraphal confirmed enthusiastically. "The Beast King essence spans countless realities. Most vessels can only tap a tiny fraction of that network, but you..." She studied him with surprising intensity. "Your unique origin may allow greater access." Hope surged through Izuku. Could I use this connection to return home? Potentially, Seraphol hedged. But it's incredibly dangerous without proper training. Dimensional travel risks destroying both traveler and pathway if done incorrectly. Then train me, Izuku said firmly, setting aside his untouched ice cream. If this connection exists, I need to master it, both to counter Kokabiel and to keep my options open. Seraphol's expression softened with understanding. You miss your home. Every day, Izuku admitted. I found purpose here, people I care about, but my mother doesn't even know if I'm alive or dead. I understand, Seraphol said with uncharacteristic gentleness. Family bonds transcend dimensions. Her cheerfulness returned almost instantly. So let's get to work. First step, meditation to locate your dimensional anchors. The training that followed was unlike anything Izuku had experienced. Seraphol guided him through complex mental exercises designed to identify the subtle connections between his consciousness and different realities. It was delicate, frustrating work that left him mentally exhausted. Don't push too hard, Seraphol cautioned as he strained to grasp a fleeting connection. Dimensional awareness is like coaxing a shy animal, force drives it away. By their third session, Izuku began sensing faint impressions, echoes of his home dimension that manifested as brief sensory flashes. The smell of his mother's cooking. The distant roar of a crowd cheering heroes. The feeling of wind rushing past as he bounded between buildings on patrol. That's it. Seraphol encouraged when he described these moments. Your Beast King essence is finding its reflections across dimensions. With practice, these connections can become pathways. Pathways Kokabiel wants to weaponize, Izuku noted grimly. Yes, but with a crucial difference, Seraphol pointed out. His method would be destructive, tearing open reality regardless of consequences. Your natural connections could potentially create stable passages that heal after use. The potential both thrilled and terrified Izuku. If he could establish controlled pathways between dimensions, he might someday return home, or even travel between worlds. But the responsibility of wielding such power weighed heavily. One step at a time, Seraphol advised, reading his expression. For now, focus on mapping these connections without activating them. Understanding precedes action. As their training progressed, Izuku discovered something unexpected. The dimensional anchors seemed stronger in places where he'd established territory, as if his Beast King essence created natural bridges between worlds. Fascinating, Seraphol murmured when he demonstrated this effect. Your territory doesn't just alter this reality, it resonates across dimensional boundaries. That could be crucial against the dimension splitter. By their final session before the Alliance reception, Izuku could reliably sense dimensional echoes and even briefly strengthen specific connections through focused meditation. It wasn't enough to create actual travel pathways, but it represented significant progress. You're advancing faster than I anticipated, Seraphol admitted as they concluded. Most beings take decades to develop even basic dimensional awareness. I have good motivation, Izuku replied, thinking of both the Kokabiel threat and his distant home. Seraphol studied him thoughtfully. You know, when my sister first reported finding a rabbit-eared devil with unusual powers, I expected something interesting but ultimately manageable. You've exceeded all expectations, Izuku Midoriya. Is that good or bad? Both, she laughed. The most important developments usually are. Her expression turned serious momentarily. Just promise you won't forget us if you do find your way back to your dimension someday. The request caught him off guard. I couldn't forget any of you, he said honestly. Whatever happens, whatever I become, the connections I've made here are part of me now. Seraphol beamed, her playful demeanor returning full force. Good answer. Now, one last thing before the reception tomorrow, we need to discuss your formal attire. Those bunny ears need proper accessorizing. The day of the Alliance reception arrived with fanfare typical of major devil gatherings. Surzek's estate dwarfed even the Gremory mansion, its architecture blending ancient grandeur with modern luxury on a scale that seemed designed to impress even immortal beings. Izuku adjusted his formal attire nervously as their transport arrived at the main entrance. The outfit, designed specifically for him by some famous underworld tailor, accommodated both his rabbit ears and the small horns that now permanently marked his hybrid devil-beast nature. Emerald green accents complemented his hair color, while subtle beast motifs were worked into the embroidery. "Stop fidgeting," Rias chided gently from beside him. "You look handsome." Izuku turned to respond and momentarily lost his train of thought. Rias wore a stunning crimson gown that perfectly matched her hair, the design both elegant and striking. Subtle magic enhanced the fabric, making it seem to smolder like banked fire when she moved. "You're beautiful," he said simply, earning a pleased smile. "Flirt later," Akino teased from behind them. "We're making our entrance." The entire Gremory peerage had dressed to impress. Akino in black and gold that emphasized her shrine maiden heritage while acknowledging her devil nature. Kiba in formal attire that somehow enhanced his knight-like bearing. Even Kaneko had traded her usual school uniform for a white dress that made her look like a porcelain doll, albeit one that could punch through concrete. As they descended from their transport, Izuku noted the unprecedented security around the estate. Guards wore the insignias of multiple devil houses, while magic circles glowed at strategic points throughout the grounds. Expecting trouble, he murmured to Rias as they approached the entrance. "Precaution," she replied quietly. With so many high-ranking devils in one place, plus the Beast King whose power Kokabiel covets, better safe than sorry. The grand ballroom took Izuku's breath away. Soaring ceilings supported by columns of black marble. Crystalline chandeliers that seemed to float without support. Windows that looked out not on the underworld landscape but on what appeared to be multiple different dimensions, shifting vistas of strange worlds that changed every few minutes. "Dimensional windows," Rias explained, following his gaze. "My brother's specialty. They're showing allied realms of the underworld." Guests already filled the space, hundreds of devils in their finest attire, representing noble houses, military factions, and political alliances. Many turned to stare as their group entered, whispers following in their wake. "The Beast King. Gremory's new rook. Alliance announcement tonight. Unprecedented gathering of queens." A majordomo announced them formally, the introduction drawing even more attention. Izuku fought the urge to shrink under the scrutiny, instead standing tall beside Rias as they proceeded into the ballroom. They were quickly approached by familiar faces. Sona and her peerage arrived moments after them, followed by Roygun Belphegor with an entourage of elegant devils in her house colors. "Quite the gathering," Sona observed, surveying the crowd. "My sister says even the reclusive faction leaders have attended. Everyone wants to witness the formal alliance," Roygun added. "It's been centuries since anything truly new happened in our political landscape." The evening progressed with the structured formality of high devil society, elaborate greetings, strategic conversations, calculated appearances. Izuku found himself introduced to more nobles than he could possibly remember, each one assessing him with varying degrees of curiosity, respect, and occasional wariness. Throughout it all, he remained acutely aware of Rias beside him, her presence both reassuring and increasingly distracting. Their hands brushed occasionally, sending pleasant shivers up his arm. Once, while navigating a particularly dense crowd, her back pressed briefly against his chest, causing his heartbeat to accelerate noticeably. If she noticed his reactions, she gave no sign, though he occasionally caught her watching him with an expression that made his face heat. "You're adorably obvious," Akino whispered teasingly when they momentarily had space to themselves. "The sexual tension between you two is entertaining everyone." "There's no. We're not." Izuku stammered. "Save it for someone who can't literally sense desire," Akino laughed. "Devils are naturally attuned to such things, and you're broadcasting loud and clear, Beast King." Before Izuku could formulate a response, a hush fell over the gathering as Surzek's Lucifer appeared on the central dais. Beside him stood Graphia, looking regal despite her maid uniform, and Sarah fall in surprisingly formal attire that befitted her Satan status. "Distinguished guests," Sirzex began, his voice carrying effortlessly through the vast space. "We gather tonight to formalize a historic alliance between great houses of the underworld." He gestured, and magical lights illuminated specific individuals throughout the room: Rias, Sona, Roy Gunn, and others Izuku recognized from meetings and training sessions. House Gremory, House Citri, House Belphegor, House Leviathan, and House Lucifuge, 5 pillars united in common purpose. And at the center of this unprecedented coalition, all eyes turned to Izuku as a spotlight of magical energy illuminated him. The Beast King, a power from beyond our dimension, now allied with devil authority rather than opposing it. A new model for cooperation that strengthens all our houses. Formal words of alliance followed, each house representative speaking ritual phrases of commitment and support. When it came time for Izuku's response, he spoke clearly despite his nervousness, affirming his willingness to work alongside Devil Society while honoring the unique nature of his power. The ceremony concluded with the creation of a massive magical circle encompassing representatives from all allied houses, a physical manifestation of their connected powers that sent a pillar of multicolored light shooting upward through the ballroom ceiling. As the formal portion ended and the gathering transitioned to celebration, Izuku found himself approached by Graphia. "Your training session with me is scheduled for tomorrow morning," she informed him without preamble. "Be prepared for significant exertion." "I've been wondering what your focus will be," Izuku admitted. "Everyone else has such clear specialties." A hint of a smile touched Graphia's lips. "My specialty is comprehensive evaluation. I need to understand the full extent of your capabilities before certain decisions can be made." "Decisions about what?" "Your eventual territorial claim," she replied matter-of-factly. "The alliance is structured around the assumption that the Beast King will establish formal domain eventually. The question is where and under what conditions." This was news to Izuku. "I haven't decided to claim territory permanently." "But you will," Graphia stated with absolute certainty. "The power within you demands expression. Better planned and controlled than forced by circumstance." Before he could question her further, Graphia's attention shifted to something over his shoulder, her expression hardening slightly. "Be wary of your next conversation," she warned quietly. "Some ancient devils see opportunity in your emergence." With that cryptic comment, she glided away, leaving Izuku to turn and find himself face to face with an unfamiliar devil, an elderly man with silver-white hair and eyes that seemed to shift color as he moved. "Beast King," the man greeted him, voice surprisingly youthful despite his apparent age. "I've been most eager to meet you. Euclid Lucifuge, at your service." The name registered immediately. Lucifuge was Graphia's family name. "You're related to Graphia?" "A distant connection," Euclid replied with a dismissive gesture. "Our family branches diverged long ago, politically as well as genealogically." Something about the man set Izuku on edge, a predatory quality beneath the cultured exterior that triggered his instincts. "I understand you've been exploring the limits of your territorial manifestation," Euclid continued. "A fascinating ability with ancient precedent. I've studied the previous Beast Kings extensively." That caught Izuku's attention despite his wariness. Previous Beast Kings. "I thought the power hadn't manifested in recorded history." "Not in recent history," Euclid corrected with a thin smile. "But those of us who have lived long enough remember. The last true Beast King established dominion during what you would call the early medieval period of human development." "What happened to him?" Izuku asked, curiosity temporarily overriding caution. "Ah, now that's the interesting part," Euclid leaned closer, voice dropping conspiratorially. "He ascended." "Ascended? To what?" "To his true potential," Euclid replied cryptically. "Beyond the limitations imposed by faction politics and arbitrary boundaries. The Beast King power, fully manifested, transcends the conventional hierarchies of our world." Izuku recalled Graphia's warning and chose his words carefully. That sounds like it would upset the balance between factions. Balance, Euclid repeated with faint disdain. A pleasant fiction maintained by those who fear true power. The old ways recognized strength as its own legitimacy. The conversation was veering into dangerous territory. Izuku could sense the older devil testing boundaries, probing for sympathies with ideas that ran counter to everything the alliance represented. I believe in cooperation rather than domination, Izuku stated firmly. The Beast King's power works best in harmony with existing structures, not by overthrowing them. Disappointment flickered across Euclid's features before his pleasant mask returned. A perspective shaped by your limited experience, perhaps. Should you ever wish to learn the unfiltered history of your power, I would be happy to provide insights not found in Satan-approved texts. With a respectful but somehow mocking bow, Euclid departed, leaving Izuku unsettled by the encounter. He didn't have long to dwell on it, however, as the ballroom's atmosphere suddenly changed. The magical lights dimmed momentarily, and when they returned, a new figure stood on the central dais, a man Izuku had never seen but instantly recognized from descriptions. Tall and inhumanly handsome, with 12 jet-black wings extended behind him and an aura of absolute authority. Kokabiel, leader of the fallen angel faction targeting Izuku, had somehow penetrated the heart of devil territory. Gasps and shouts of alarm rippled through the crowd. Guards materialized from strategic positions, weapons trained on the intruder. Power signatures flared as high-ranking devils prepared for combat. Yet Kokabiel stood relaxed, almost amused by the reaction. "Peace," he called out, his voice resonating with unnatural harmony. "I come under the ancient rite of parley," one faction leader addressing another. "No violence will be initiated by me or my followers." Surzex appeared beside the fallen angel, his typically friendly demeanor replaced by cold power that made the air itself seem to warp around him. "Explain this intrusion, Kokabiel," he demanded. No parley was requested through proper channels. "Proper channels are for those who play by artificial rules," Kokabiel replied dismissively. "I came to address the Beast King directly, not navigate your bureaucracy." All eyes turned to Izuku, who found himself instinctively stepping forward. Rias caught his arm. "Don't," she whispered urgently. "It's a trap. If I don't respond, he'll have reason to claim I refused parley," Izuku reasoned quietly. "That could justify direct action under the old laws." Rias hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "Be careful." Izuku moved through the crowd, which parted before him like water. As he approached the dais, he felt power building within him, the Beast King responding to perceived challenge with instinctive preparation. He allowed a partial manifestation, horns, claws, and scaled wings emerging as he ascended to stand opposite Kokabiel. Not full battle form, but enough to demonstrate readiness. "You wanted to speak with me," Izuku stated, keeping his voice level. "Here I am." Kokabiel studied him with unsettling intensity, his 12 wings shifting slightly as if in anticipation. "Fascinating," the fallen angel lord finally said. "The power has merged with your devil essence rather than simply using you as a vessel. Unexpected, but potentially advantageous." "What do you want, Kokabiel?" Izuku demanded, tiring of being discussed like a specimen. "To offer you choice," Kokabiel replied simply. "These devils have filled your head with their perspective, their plans for utilizing your power. I offer an alternative, freedom to realize your full potential without their constraints. By extracting my power and killing me in the process?" Izuku challenged. "Your lieutenant made your intentions clear during the attack on Gremory territory." Kokabiel waved dismissively. Erakiel was overzealous and underinformed. "Extraction is but one option, crude and wasteful. I prefer willing partnership." "Partnership in what?" "Reshaping reality," Kokabiel stated, his voice dropping to an almost hypnotic cadence. "The Beast King combined with the Dimension Splitter could rewrite the boundaries between worlds. Imagine returning to your home dimension not as a visitor but as a ruler. Imagine creating passages between realms that answer to your will alone. The offer struck dangerously close to Izuku's deepest desires, returning home, seeing his mother again, using his power for meaningful change. But beneath the tempting vision lay something corrupt. At what cost? Izuku asked. How many dimensions would be damaged or destroyed in the process? Some disruption is inevitable with great change, Kokabiel acknowledged without concern. Omelets and eggs, as humans say. And who appointed you the chef? Izuku countered, anger rising. What gives you the right to decide which realities are expendable? Kokabiel's expression hardened. The same right that exists throughout nature, the power to enact one's will. These devils understand this fundamental truth, though they dress it in civility and politics. Why do you think they've formed alliances around you? Not for friendship, but to control and direct your power toward their interests. The accusation struck a nerve. Izuku had occasionally wondered the same thing during political meetings and strategic discussions. Were these alliances truly partnerships or elaborate cages? As if sensing his uncertainty, Kokabiel pressed his advantage. They fear what you might become without their guidance, the fallen angel continued. The Beast King fully manifested answers to no authority but its own nature. I offer freedom from their constraints, the opportunity to discover your true potential beyond the artificial boundaries they've established. Before Izuku could respond, another voice joined the conversation, Surzex, who had been watching the exchange with calculated patience. An impressive speech, the Satan ruler commented. Almost believable coming from someone who attempted to assassinate the Beast King twice and captured human hostages to lure him into a trap. Kokabiel's eyes narrowed at the interruption. Necessary tests of his capabilities and resolve. One doesn't ally with unknown quantities without proper evaluation. Is that what you call sending fallen angels to attack school children? Izuku demanded, recalling the church incident with renewed anger. Testing my capabilities? The humans were never in true danger, Kokabiel dismissed. Merely leverage to assess your priorities. Which you demonstrated admirably, I might add. Your protective instincts will serve the new order well. Enough games, Surzex interrupted. You've delivered your message under parley. Now depart from devil territory before our patience expires. Kokabiel smiled, the expression chilling in its confidence. Of course. I've accomplished my purpose. He turned back to Izuku. Consider my offer, Beast King. You have 1 week before circumstances force your hand. Choose wisely. With a flash of light that momentarily blinded everyone, Kokabiel vanished, leaving behind a lingering sense of menace and the smell of ozone. As vision returned, Izuku found himself surrounded by the allied devil queens, Rias, Sona, Roygun, Seraphal, and Graphia, all with expressions ranging from concern to grim determination. Well, Seraphal said, breaking the tense silence, that certainly livened up the party. How did he breach our security? Roygun demanded, turning to Surzex. This estate has the strongest wards in the underworld. A question my security team is already investigating, Surzex replied grimly. Though I suspect we'll find evidence of inside assistance. Euclid, Graphia stated flatly. He approached the Beast King just before the intrusion. A distraction, Izuku realized. He was keeping me occupied while something else happened. Surzex nodded. Most likely. Euclid has been under observation for suspected fallen angel sympathies. It appears those suspicions were well-founded. But he's already gone, Sona noted, adjusting her glasses. The magical signature that matched his disappeared from the estate moments after Kokabiel's arrival. We'll find him, Surzex assured them. More importantly, we need to prepare for whatever Kokabiel plans next. That 1-week deadline wasn't an arbitrary choice. Rias moved closer to Izuku, her hand finding his almost unconsciously. What did he mean about circumstances forcing your hand? I don't know, Izuku admitted. But I have a feeling we'll find out soon enough. The reception ended early following Kokabiel's intrusion, security concerns taking precedence over celebration. The allied houses withdrew to Surzek's private conference chamber, where strategy discussions continued late into the night. 7 days, Sona summarized as they reviewed intelligence reports. Whatever Kokabiel plans culminates 1 week from today. The question is what specifically he intends, Roygun mused. With the dimension splitter, he could target multiple locations simultaneously. His forces have been gathering near these convergence points. Grafia indicated several locations on the magical map hovering above the table. All places where the boundary between our dimension and others is naturally thin. Perfect locations for amplifying the splitter's effect, Serafal confirmed grimly. With sufficient power, he could create permanent breaches at each site. Or it could be misdirection, Surzek cautioned. Kokabiel is many things, but stupid isn't one of them. He knows we're watching these obvious targets. Throughout the discussion, Izuku remained unusually quiet, processing both the confrontation with Kokabiel and the unsettling conversation with Euclid beforehand. Something about the timing nagged at him. Why give them warning at all? Why not simply execute whatever plan he had without alerting his enemies? He needs something from me, Izuku finally said, interrupting a debate about deployment strategies. The ultimatum, the public confrontation, it's all designed to pressure me towards some specific action or decision. But what? Rias questioned. He must know you'd never willingly help him destroy dimensional boundaries. Unless. Izuku's eyes widened as realization struck. Unless that's exactly what he wants me to think. What if the threat of dimensional catastrophe is misdirection? What if his actual goal is something else entirely? The room fell silent as everyone considered this possibility. The Beast King's territorial claim, Grafia stated, connecting the dots. He's trying to force you to establish permanent territory to counter his threat. Yes. Izuku exclaimed, pieces falling into place. Everything Euclid said about the previous Beast Kings, about transcending limitations, he was planting ideas. Then Kokabiel immediately appears with a threat designed to make establishing territory seem like the only countermeasure. But why would Kokabiel want you to claim territory? Sona questioned. That would only make you stronger, harder for him to capture or control. Unless there's something about the process itself that creates vulnerability, Surzek theorized, expression darkening. Some aspect of territorial manifestation that momentarily exposes the Beast King power. The anchoring, Serafal gasped, turning to Izuku. When we were training your dimensional awareness, you mentioned feeling exposed when connecting deeply with the nexus points. Izuku nodded grimly. During full manifestation, my consciousness has to expand beyond normal boundaries to establish connection with the territory. There's a moment where I'm everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. A perfect opportunity for extraction, Roygun concluded. If Kokabiel knew exactly when and where you'd attempt territorial manifestation, he could strike at the precise moment of maximum vulnerability, Surzek finished. The dimension splitter could theoretically intercept your expanded consciousness during the anchoring phase. The implication stunned everyone. Kokabiel's entire campaign, the attacks, the dimension splitter, even the direct confrontation, all designed to manipulate Izuku toward a specific action that would create the perfect opportunity for capture. So what do we do? Rias asked, breaking the heavy silence. If Kokabiel will attack dimensional boundaries unless Izuku claims territory, but claiming territory creates the opportunity Kokabiel needs. We change the game, Izuku decided, determination hardening his voice. Kokabiel expects me to either establish territory defensively in response to his threat or to attempt some desperate offensive to stop him directly. Either way, I'd be vulnerable during manifestation. So instead. Sona prompted. Instead, I manifest territory now, on our terms, with full protection and preparation, Izuku explained, strategy forming as he spoke. We choose the location, we control the timing, and most importantly, we set the trap rather than falling into his. Surzek smiled slowly, approval evident. Using his own plan against him. If we prepare properly, we could draw Kokabiel into exposing himself when he attempts to capitalize on your vulnerable moment. It's risky, Grafia cautioned. Territorial manifestation isn't something that can be rushed without consequences. Then we don't rush, Izuku countered. We take exactly the time needed to do it correctly, but we do it proactively rather than reactively. Discussion erupted around the table, suggestions for location, security measures, contingency plans. The strategy evolved rapidly as each Devil Queen contributed expertise, transforming Izuku's initial idea into a comprehensive counteroffensive. By dawn, they had established a framework. Izuku would perform the territorial manifestation in 3 days' time at a carefully selected location that balanced strategic value with defensibility. Allied forces would establish layered security while appearing to prepare for threats elsewhere, creating the impression that Izuku's manifestation was a rushed response to Kokabiel's ultimatum rather than a deliberate trap. As the meeting concluded and the exhausted devils prepared to depart, Rias pulled Izuku aside. "You're putting yourself at extreme risk," she said, concern evident in her voice. "If anything goes wrong during the manifestation." "It won't," Izuku assured her, though they both knew such certainty was impossible. "I've been training for exactly this with the strongest devils in the underworld." Rias searched his face, finding the determination she'd come to admire. "Just, promise me you'll be careful. I haven't forgotten our interrupted conversation from before the reception. I'd like to finish it someday." The reminder brought warmth to Izuku's chest despite the gravity of their situation. "That's motivation to succeed," he said softly. "A conversation worth returning for." Their moment was interrupted by Grafia's approach. "Your training session begins in 2 hours, Beast King," she reminded him. "Given recent developments, we'll be focusing specifically on maintaining consciousness during expanded awareness states." Izuku nodded, reluctantly stepping away from Rias. "I'll be ready." As he departed with Grafia to prepare for what would undoubtedly be grueling training, Izuku felt a strange calm settling over him. For the first time since arriving in this dimension, he wasn't reacting to circumstances but shaping them. The Beast King power responded to this shift in mindset, humming with approval beneath his skin. Whatever Kokabiel planned, whatever challenges lay ahead, Izuku would meet them not as a lost hero or reluctant vessel, but as what he had truly become, the Beast King, forging his own path between worlds. Training with Grafia proved both more intense and more enlightening than Izuku had anticipated. The strongest queen, as she was known throughout Devil society, possessed insights into power manifestation that transcended conventional understanding. "Consciousness is not located within your body," she explained as they stood in a reinforced chamber deep beneath Lucifuge territory. "That's the fundamental misconception most beings never overcome. Your awareness merely centers around your physical form out of habit and convenience." She demonstrated by expanding her own presence, her aura filling the vast chamber without diminishing its concentration around her body. "During territorial manifestation, you must maintain this dual awareness, expanded throughout your domain while remaining anchored to your physical form. The moment these aspects separate is when extraction becomes possible." Under her merciless guidance, Izuku practiced projecting consciousness without losing self-identity, expanding awareness while maintaining core focus. The exercises left him mentally exhausted but progressively more capable of the precise control required. "You're learning quickly," Grafia acknowledged after a particularly successful attempt. "Though I sense you're still holding something back." Izuku wiped sweat from his brow, surprised by her perception. "There's a part of the Beast King power that feels dangerous to access. Primal in a way that might be difficult to control." "The true beast nature," Grafia nodded understanding. "The aspect your conscious mind fears might overwhelm your humanity if fully embraced." "Yes," Izuku admitted. "During training with Roygun, I touched it briefly, a deeper, more ferocious level of manifestation. It felt powerful but wild." "That wildness is precisely what you need to master," Grafia stated firmly. "The Beast King cannot fear his own nature. Integration, not separation, creates true power." But what if I lose myself? What if that primal aspect takes over? Graphia's expression softened slightly, the closest thing to sympathy he'd seen from her. Your concern is precisely why you're worthy of the power. Those who crave dominance for its own sake inevitably become consumed by it. Those who approach power with respect and caution can achieve true mastery. Her words resonated with something Izuku had learned during his hero training, that the greatest heroes weren't those who never felt fear, but those who acted despite it. How do I integrate something so fundamentally different from my human consciousness? He asked. Not through control or submission, but through harmony, Graphia answered. The beast aspect isn't your enemy or even separate from you, it's the foundation upon which your consciousness rests. Acknowledge it as essential rather than alien. The concept clicked something into place for Izuku, a perspective shift that suddenly made sense of conflicts he'd been experiencing since awakening the Beast King power. He'd been treating the beast nature as something to be controlled or restrained, when perhaps it needed to be honored and incorporated. Their final training exercise involved Graphia creating progressively more destabilizing attacks on Izuku's expanded consciousness, magical constructs designed to create exactly the type of vulnerability Kokabiel would attempt to exploit during territorial manifestation. Focus, she commanded as she launched another assault. Find the harmonic point between expansion and concentration. Neither rigid nor dispersed, balanced and integrated. By session's end, Izuku could maintain coherent consciousness even under significant magical disruption, a crucial skill for the coming confrontation. More importantly, he'd begun the process of truly integrating the beast aspect, accepting its wildness as strength rather than weakness. As they concluded, Graphia offered rare direct praise. You've accomplished in days what most would require years to master. The territorial manifestation remains dangerous, but you're as prepared as possible given the constraints. Thank you, Izuku replied sincerely. For pushing me beyond what I thought possible. That's the nature of growth, Graphia stated simply. We become what circumstance requires or we fail. There is no middle path. As Izuku prepared to leave, Graphia added a final comment that caught him by surprise. She cares for you deeply, you know. Rias. Izuku paused, unsure how to respond to this unexpected personal observation from the typically formal queen. I've served the Gremory family for centuries, Graphia continued. I recognize the signs. Her feelings for you transcend political alliance or strategic advantage. I care for her too, Izuku admitted. More than I probably should, given everything else happening. Connection isn't weakness, Graphia corrected him. Particularly for the Beast King. The legends speak of strength drawn from bonds freely given, not from isolation. With that surprisingly personal insight, she dismissed him to rest before the final preparations began. The location selected for Izuku's territorial manifestation was a remote region in the underworld known as the Crescent Valley, a naturally occurring nexus point where ley lines converged beneath an ancient battlefield. Historically neutral ground claimed by neither angels, devils, nor fallen angels, it represented ideal territory for the Beast King's first formal domain. Preparations transformed the valley into a formidable fortress within 48 hours. Allied forces established layered defensive perimeters while magical barriers created both protection and misdirection, making the actual security appear less comprehensive than reality. We want Kokabiel to believe he has openings to exploit, Surzex explained during the final strategy session. While actually channeling him toward predetermined engagement zones. The core manifestation site, where Izuku would perform the actual territorial claiming, consisted of a raised stone platform at the valley's center, directly above the strongest nexus point. Ancient symbols had been inscribed in concentric circles around it, their magic designed to stabilize the manifestation process while providing early warning of interference. The ritual will take approximately 30 minutes from initiation to completion, Sona explained, reviewing the procedures one final time. During which Izuku will progress through 3 phases of expanding awareness. The first phase establishes connection with the nexus point, Seraphal continued. During this stage, he'll be most aware of his physical surroundings and able to respond to external stimuli if necessary. The second phase extends awareness throughout the territory boundaries, Roygun added. Here, his consciousness begins significant expansion, making direct communication difficult but not impossible. The third phase is anchoring, Graphia concluded, where expanded consciousness interweaves with the territory itself. This is the critical vulnerability point where extraction would be attempted. Throughout the briefing, Izuku remained focused but quiet, mentally reviewing everything he'd learned during his intensive training. The Beast King power stirred within him, responding to proximity to the nexus point even before formal connection. Rias, noting his contemplative state, approached as the briefing concluded. Second thoughts? No, Izuku smiled reassuringly. Just mentally preparing. This is what I've been training for. The Allied forces are in position, she informed him. My peerage will form the inner defensive circle during the manifestation. We won't let anyone interrupt the process. Her confidence bolstered his own. Thank you. For everything. Save the gratitude for after, Rias replied with a smile that didn't quite hide her concern. We still have that conversation to finish, remember? Before Izuku could respond, Surzex approached, his typically casual demeanor replaced by the full authority of his Satan position. It's time, he announced. Final security sweeps confirm no immediate threats, but our intelligence suggests Kokabiel's forces are mobilizing at multiple locations. He's waiting for me to begin, Izuku surmised. To commit fully to the manifestation before striking. Surzex nodded. Most likely. Are you ready? Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the beast aspect of his power stirring in anticipation. Yes. As he moved toward the ritual platform, the assembled devils took their positions, allied queens establishing a secondary defensive formation while combat units secured the perimeter. Rias and her peerage formed the innermost circle around the platform itself, a final barrier between Izuku and potential threats. Stepping onto the ancient stone, Izuku felt immediate resonance with the nexus point below, as if the power had been waiting specifically for him. He removed his formal jacket, standing in a specially designed ritual garment that accommodated his transformation while enhancing energy flow. The valley fell silent as he centered himself, only the faint whisper of wind disturbing the anticipatory hush. Then, with deliberate movements, Izuku began the manifestation ritual. His transformation came first, the partial form he'd grown comfortable with emerging smoothly. Horns extended, claws lengthened, scaled wings unfurled behind him. But this time, he didn't stop at the familiar level. Drawing on Graphia's training, he reached deeper, inviting rather than commanding the fuller beast aspect to emerge. His form shifted further, face elongating slightly toward a muzzle shape, fur sprouting along his forearms, muscles redistributing for quadrupedal movement if necessary. His rabbit ears lengthened and became more sensitive, while his eyes changed from their usual green to a luminous gold with vertical pupils. First phase initiated, Sona announced, monitoring the ritual's progression through magical instruments. Izuku knelt, placing both clawed hands flat against the stone platform. Beast energy flowed from him into the ground, seeking connection with the nexus point. The response was immediate, vibrant green power surging upward through the stone to meet his own, creating a circuit of escalating energy. Around the platform, the inscribed symbols began to glow with matching green light, pulsing in rhythm with Izuku's heartbeat. The connection deepened, his awareness extending downward through layers of reality to touch the pure power source beneath. Nexus connection established, Seraphal confirmed. Beginning Phase 2. Izuku's consciousness expanded outward, following the ley lines that radiated from the nexus point. His perception stretched across the valley floor, up the surrounding cliffs, through forests and streams that marked natural boundaries. He became simultaneously aware of countless details, individual blades of grass swaying in the breeze, small creatures burrowing underground, the precise positions of every devil within his emerging territory. The expansion felt both exhilarating and disorienting, his sense of self stretching thin across vast awareness. This was the dangerous point where many would lose coherence, consciousness fragmenting across too much input. But Izuku had trained specifically for this challenge, maintaining his core identity as anchor while allowing perception to expand. Phase 2 progressing smoothly, Roigun reported. Territory boundaries establishing at expected parameters. The green energy visible around the platform now extended throughout the valley, illuminating the landscape with ethereal light. Plants responded to the Beast King's influence, growing more vibrant and slightly larger. The very air seemed to gain substance, carrying scents and sounds with enhanced clarity. As Izuku approached the transition to the third and most vulnerable phase, a sudden disruption rippled through the defensive perimeter. Contact at the northern boundary, came an urgent report through communication circles. Multiple fallen angel signatures detected approaching at high speed. Maintain positions, Surzex commanded. This is expected. Let the outer defenses engage while the ritual continues. Izuku felt the disturbance even through his expanded awareness, tension and combat at the edges of his forming territory. He fought the instinct to withdraw his consciousness back to his body, to respond directly to the threat. That reaction was exactly what Kokabiel wanted, disruption at a critical moment. Instead, he pressed forward into the third phase, his awareness now extending beyond physical boundaries into the metaphysical structure of the territory itself. This was anchoring, the process of binding his essence permanently to this domain. Phase 3 initiated, Graphia announced. Maximum vulnerability window beginning now. In this state, Izuku's consciousness existed simultaneously throughout the entire territory while maintaining core identity at the center. He could perceive the battle at the boundaries, fallen angels clashing with devil defenders, magic illuminating the night sky, while simultaneously feeling every pebble and breath of wind within his domain. More importantly, he could feel something new, dimensional resonance. Just as Seraphol had taught him, his expanding awareness detected echoes from other realities, places where this territory existed in different forms across the multiverse. Including his home dimension. The revelation nearly broke his concentration, the sudden awareness that part of this valley resonated with a location in his own world. A connection point he might someday use to return home. Before he could explore this discovery further, a massive surge of power tore through the valley's southern boundary, far from where the initial attack had drawn defenders. Secondary breach, someone shouted. It's Kokabiel himself. Through his expanded awareness, Izuku perceived the fallen angel leader's arrival, 12 black wings spread wide as he descended toward the valley, the dimension splitter clutched in one hand. The artifact resembled an ornate dagger, its blade shifting between physical presence and void-like absence. Maintain the ritual. Surzex ordered as he launched himself toward the new threat. We handle Kokabiel. Beast King, complete the anchoring. Izuku forced his attention back to the manifestation process, though part of his awareness tracked the escalating battle. Kokabiel had not come alone, elite fallen angels engaged the outer defenders while he drove directly toward the ritual platform. Surzex intercepted him, power of destruction clashing with light weapons in a spectacular display. Seraphol joined the confrontation, ice magic creating crystalline barriers to channel Kokabiel's approach away from the platform. Despite their efforts, Kokabiel's advance continued with frightening efficiency. The fallen angel lord had clearly prepared specifically for this conflict, his tactics anticipating and countering the defensive formations. He's breaking through. Roigun warned, moving to reinforce the secondary barrier. As the battle intensified, Izuku reached the critical moment of anchoring, the point where his essence would permanently bind to the territory, establishing dominion that could not be easily broken. This moment of integration represented both maximum vulnerability and the threshold of true power manifestation. Just as he prepared to complete the connection, his expanded awareness detected another presence, not approaching from the boundaries, but emerging from within the territory itself. A magic circle appeared 20 feet from the platform, silver-white energy coalescing into a familiar figure, Euclid Lucifuge. Protection circle, now. Graphia shouted, recognizing the threat before anyone else. But it was too late. Euclid raised his hands, unleashing not an attack against Izuku directly, but a spell that targeted the ritual matrix beneath the platform. The carefully inscribed symbols flickered as their harmonious pattern was disrupted. "Did you really think we wouldn't anticipate your trap?" Euclid called out, his youthful voice at odds with his ancient eyes. "Kokabiel is merely the distraction this time." The ritual destabilization created exactly what they'd feared, a rupture in Izuku's expanded consciousness, momentary fragmentation that left his essence vulnerable to extraction. Euclid began a second incantation, hands glowing with complex magical symbols. Through the disorientation, Izuku made a split-second decision. Instead of fighting the fragmentation, he embraced it completely. Drawing on Graphia's final lesson about integration rather than control, he released all restraint on the beast aspect of his power. His transformation deepened dramatically, body shifting further toward primal form as fur covered his skin, fangs lengthened, and his posture adapted for quadrupedal movement. Most critically, his consciousness didn't fragment but transformed, human intellect merging with beast instinct to create something new and whole. Neither dominant, neither submissive, but harmonized. The true beast king emerged. "Impossible," Euclid breathed, his extraction spell faltering as it found no vulnerability to exploit. "The integration shouldn't be achievable without centuries of preparation." Izuku rose from his kneeling position, fully transformed into a hybrid form that combined human and beast in perfect balance. Green energy swirled around him like a living thing, responding to his will without conscious direction. "You miscalculated," he stated, his voice carrying new resonance that seemed to emerge from the territory itself. "The Beast King doesn't fear his nature. He embodies it." With a gesture, he restored the ritual matrix, the symbols realigning under his direct influence rather than through predetermined patterns. The anchoring process completed in a surge of power that swept outward from the platform, transforming the entire valley. Trees grew taller and stronger. Barren areas sprouted lush vegetation. The very air gained substance, carrying the scent of vitality and renewal. Throughout the territory, a green-gold light suffused everything, marking the domain as claimed. "Territory fully manifested," Sona announced, awe evident despite her typically composed demeanor. "Sovereign claim recognized by the underworld itself." Euclid's expression shifted from shock to calculation. "Impressive, but ultimately meaningless. The extraction may have failed, but Kokabiel still possesses the dimension splitter. Without it, you cannot prevent what comes next." Before anyone could stop him, he vanished through another magic circle, escaping capture. Izuku turned his attention to the ongoing battle at the southern boundary. Through his newly established connection with the territory, he could perceive everything within his domain with perfect clarity. Kokabiel had penetrated to the secondary defensive line, his advance slowed but not stopped by the combined efforts of Surzex, Seraphal, and Roygun. The fallen angel lord fought with terrifying skill, the dimension splitter occasionally slicing tears in reality that he used tactically, reaching through to attack from unexpected angles or avoid powerful counters. With newfound clarity, Izuku understood the artifact's true danger. Each tear weakened dimensional integrity not just locally but systemically, like small cracks spreading through glass. If the process continued, the damage would eventually become irreparable. Including the connection point to his home dimension. Decision made, Izuku spread his wings and launched from the platform, crossing the distance to the battle in seconds. His newly manifested power flowed seamlessly as he moved, the territory itself seeming to accelerate his passage. He arrived to find Rias and her peerage now engaged in the conflict, having moved from ritual protection to active defense once the manifestation completed. Akino's lightning illuminated the sky while Kiba's sword skills kept lesser fallen angels at bay. Kaneko fought with unexpected ferocity, her small form delivering devastating impacts against enemies twice her size. At the center of the chaos, Kokabiel wielded both light weapons and the dimension splitter with masterful precision, maintaining advantage despite being outnumbered by powerful devils. "The ritual is complete," Rias called out upon seeing Izuku approach. "The territory is established." Kokabiel turned at her announcement, his 12 wings spreading wider as he perceived Izuku's transformed state. For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the fallen angel's aristocratic features. So the extraction failed, he assessed quickly. Euclid overestimated his abilities, it seems. No matter, the splitter alone will suffice. He raised the artifact, channeling power into its shifting blade. Space rippled as a larger tier began forming, not a tactical portal but something more sinister. This reality has grown stagnant, Kokabiel declared. The old balance preserved by cowards unwilling to claim true dominion. I will remake it all, beginning with the barriers between dimensions. The tier widened, revealing glimpses of multiple realities simultaneously, chaotic visions of worlds pressed together unnaturally. The fabric of space around it began to distort, reality itself protesting the violation. Stop him. Surzex commanded, unleashing destruction energy that Kokabiel barely deflected. Izuku assessed the situation with his integrated consciousness, human analysis combined with beast instinct. The dimensional tear was growing too rapidly for conventional attacks to interrupt the process. But perhaps something unconventional. Everyone back, he called out, his resonant voice carrying authority that surprised even him. I need space. The allied devils withdrew slightly, creating distance while maintaining pressure on Kokabiel's supporting forces. The fallen angel lord smiled triumphantly, misinterpreting the movement as retreat. Too late, he crowed. The process cannot be stopped once initiated. Witness the beginning of a new, domain expansion, Beast King's sovereign territory. Izuku's declaration cut through Kokabiel's speech like a physical force. Green energy exploded outward from his transformed body, not in the uncontrolled surge of previous manifestations but as precisely directed power. This wasn't just territory establishment, it was territory assertion against invasive influence. The green energy met the dimensional tear, neither attacking nor sealing it directly. Instead, it established boundaries around the distortion, containing its effects while simultaneously reinforcing reality's natural structure. Like a skilled surgeon isolating damaged tissue, Izuku's power created a controlled environment where the tear could exist without spreading. What is this? Kokabiel demanded, slashing the splitter through the green energy without effect. What are you doing? Establishing order, Izuku replied simply, advancing toward the fallen angel. This territory acknowledges one sovereign, and it isn't you. Within his domain, Izuku's authority transcended conventional power dynamics. The Beast King didn't just control space but influenced its fundamental nature. The dimensional tear began to stabilize, its chaotic energy contained and gradually redirected. Kokabiel recognized the threat to his plans and shifted tactics immediately, abandoning the expanding tier to attack Izuku directly. Light spears manifested in his free hand while the dimension splitter slashed toward Izuku's chest. The attack was blindingly fast, even with enhanced reflexes, Izuku couldn't completely evade. The splitter's blade caught his shoulder, cutting not just flesh but something deeper, a wound in his very essence that sent pain cascading through both physical and metaphysical awareness. Yet even as he staggered from the injury, the territory responded, green energy flowing to the wound like antibodies to infection. The connection between Beast King and domain worked both ways, the territory sustaining its sovereign as he maintained its integrity. Fascinating, Kokabiel observed, preparing another strike. The domain bond is more symbiotic than historical accounts suggested. All the more reason to sever it permanently. Before he could attack again, multiple interventions arrived simultaneously. Riasa's destruction power forced him to dodge while Akino's lightning created a momentary cage around him. Graphia appeared behind the fallen angel, ice magic attempting to immobilize his wings. Kokabiel fought with the skill of millennia, countering each attack while maintaining offensive pressure. But the coordination of the allied devils gradually boxed him into a more confined space, limiting his tactical options. You cannot win through conventional combat, Surzex stated, power of destruction surrounding his hands. Surrender the artifact, and you may yet leave this territory alive. Surrender? Kokabiel laughed harshly. When I hold the power to reshape reality itself? I think not. He raised the dimension splitter high, channeling massive energy into the artifact. The blade began to glow with blinding intensity, reality visibly warping around it. If I cannot claim this world, the fallen angel declared, then I shall shatter it beyond repair. Understanding dawned on all present. Kokabiel intended to overload the splitter, creating not controlled tears but catastrophic dimensional collapse. A final act of spite that would destroy what he couldn't rule. Izuku acted instinctively, launching himself directly at Kokabiel despite the obvious danger. The fallen angel smiled cruelly, anticipating the reckless charge and preparing to counter with the splitter's edge. But Izuku's attack wasn't what Kokabiel expected. Instead of striking with claws or energy blast, he reached out with his territory consciousness, directly addressing the artifact itself. The Beast King's power, connection to primal nature, extended beyond living things to the fundamental components of reality. The dimension splitter, despite its destructive purpose, was still part of the natural order in its own way. Its essence could be perceived, and potentially influenced, by one attuned to the deeper patterns of existence. You don't belong to him, Izuku communicated, not with words but with intent directed at the artifact. Your purpose isn't destruction but balance. The splitter's glow flickered, its energy pattern momentarily disrupting as conflicting influences battled for control. Kokabiel snarled, pouring more power into the artifact to overcome Izuku's interference. The splitter responds only to strength of will, the fallen angel hissed. And my will has been honed through centuries of purpose. The artifact stabilized under Kokabiel's command, its glow intensifying once more. The dimensional tear behind him began expanding again, reality buckling under the strain. Desperate for a solution, Izuku reached deeper into his newly integrated consciousness, seeking wisdom from both human and beast aspects. The answer came not as tactical analysis or primal instinct, but as intuitive understanding of natural law. The dimension splitter didn't create or destroy, it transferred. Its power lay in moving energy between realities, not generating force itself. And if energy could be transferred out, it could also be transferred in. Izuku reached not just with his consciousness but with the full authority of his domain, opening a channel between the territory's nexus point and the artifact itself. Green energy flowed through him into the dimension splitter, not attacking but filling, like water poured into a vessel until it overflowed. What are you doing? Kokabiel demanded, feeling control slipping as the artifact absorbed power faster than he could direct it. Stop this immediately. You wanted the Beast King's power, Izuku replied, continuing the energy transfer. Now you have it, more than you can possibly contain. The dimension splitter began to glow green rather than its usual silvery light, the blade's shifting nature stabilizing as Beast King essence filled its structure. Kokabiel tried to release the artifact, but found himself unable to break contact. The energy flow had created a temporary bond between wielder and tool. This changes nothing. The fallen angel declared, though uncertainty crept into his voice. The dimensional collapse has already begun. You've merely hastened your own destruction. Not destruction, Izuku corrected, his integrated consciousness perceiving possibilities beyond conventional understanding. Transformation. With a final surge of effort, he completed the energy transfer, then abruptly reversed the flow. Instead of channeling power into the artifact, he drew power through it, using the dimension splitter's own nature to redirect the chaotic energy of the tear. The effect was immediate and spectacular. The expanding rift collapsed inward, dimensional energies flowing through the artifact into Izuku's territorial nexus. Rather than tearing reality apart, the process began healing the damage already inflicted, reweaving the fabric that had been strained. Kokabiel howled in frustrated rage as his weapon turned against his purpose. With tremendous effort, he finally broke contact with the splitter, the artifact falling from his hand to the ground below. This isn't over, Beast King, the fallen angel snarled, his 12 wings beating powerfully as he rose upward. There are forces beyond even your domain that will respond to this interference. Before anyone could prevent his escape, Kokabiel vanished in a flash of light, not a controlled teleportation but a desperate dimensional jump to unknown coordinates. The battlefield fell momentarily silent as everyone processed what had occurred. The dimensional tear had fully collapsed, reality stabilizing throughout the territory. The dimension splitter lay on the ground, its form changed by the Beast King's influence, now resembling a crystalline key more than a dagger, green energy pulsing gently within its structure. Izuku knelt to retrieve the transformed artifact, his integrated consciousness recognizing its new purpose. Not a weapon of destruction, but a tool for controlled passage, a key to pathways between dimensions that could be opened without damage to the boundaries themselves. Including, potentially, the way home. Is it over? Rias asked, approaching cautiously. Despite her exhaustion, concern for him took precedence. The immediate threat, yes, Izuku confirmed. Kokabiel's plan failed, and the dimensional damage is being repaired. And Euclid? Surzex questioned, joining them with the other allied leaders. Escaped, Grafia reported grimly. But his alliance with Kokabiel is now exposed. He'll find his previous influence greatly diminished. More importantly, Sona interjected, adjusting her glasses, the territorial manifestation succeeded. The Beast King's domain is officially established. All eyes turned to Izuku, taking in his fully transformed state and the changed landscape around them. The valley had become something new, a vibrant ecosystem that hummed with vitality, plants and terrain shaped by his essence into a harmonious whole. So what happens now? Seraphal asked, the question on everyone's mind. The Beast King has claimed territory. What does that mean for our alliances? For Devil Society? It was the critical question, the uncertainty that had motivated much of the political maneuvering since Izuku's arrival in this dimension. Would the Beast King establish independent authority? Challenge existing power structures? Become a new faction leader? Izuku looked around at those gathered, the Devil Queens who had trained him, fought alongside him, supported his development. Rias, whose belief in him had never wavered. Surzex, who had recognized his potential without seeking to control it. Sona, Roygun, Seraphal, Grafia, each offering unique guidance without demanding subservience. His answer became clear. This territory exists in partnership, not opposition, he stated, his resonant voice carrying throughout the domain. The Beast King's power doesn't seek to overthrow existing structures but to strengthen them through balance. He approached the center of their gathering, the transformed dimension splitter held carefully in one clawed hand. I claim this domain as sovereign territory, but aligned in formal alliance with the houses represented here. A neutral ground where factions can meet, where balance can be maintained, and where those who need sanctuary can find it. Relief visibly swept through many present, the declaration affirming alliance rather than challenging authority. But Izuku wasn't finished. There's something else, he continued, raising the crystalline key. This artifact has been transformed. It no longer destroys dimensional boundaries but can create stable passages between them when properly used. Understanding dawned on Rias's face first. You can open a path to your home dimension. Potentially, Izuku acknowledged. With study and careful application. But that's not all it represents. He turned to address all present, his integrated consciousness providing clarity of purpose that had been developing since his arrival in this world. The Beast King's true role isn't just maintaining territory in one dimension, but establishing balance between them. This key represents that responsibility, creating connection without destruction, passage without damage. Are you suggesting interdimensional diplomacy? Surzex asked, surprise evident in his typically composed features. Eventually, Izuku nodded. But first, we need to solidify what we've built here. The alliances we've formed represent something new in Devil Society, cooperation based on mutual respect rather than dominance or subjugation. That model has potential beyond our immediate circle. The allied Devil Queens exchanged thoughtful glances, recognizing the significance of his vision. Not conquest or isolation, but a new approach to power that emphasized connection and mutual strength. A bold proposition, Graphia commented, though approval glinted in her eyes. One that will face resistance from traditionalists. All meaningful change does, Izuku acknowledged. But we've already demonstrated the effectiveness of our approach against Kokabiel. Together, we accomplished what none could have managed alone. As discussions continued regarding practical implementation, Rias moved closer to Izuku, her hand finding his despite his transformed state. "You never cease to surprise me," she said quietly. "When I offered you my evil piece, I never imagined it would lead to this." "Having regrets?" he asked, only half joking. "Not one," she replied with absolute certainty. "Though I am wondering if we'll ever finish that conversation we keep starting." Izuku smiled, his bestial features softening with the expression. "I think we just did, in a way. Actions speak louder than words, after all." "True," Rias agreed, her fingers intertwining with his clawed ones. "But I still want the words, when there's time." "Then we'll make time," Izuku promised. "After all, I now have an entire territory where we won't be interrupted." Her laughter brightened the moment, a reminder of why all the struggle had been worthwhile. Not just power or territory or even the potential path home, but the connections formed, bonds that transcended dimension and circumstance. As Allied forces secured the valley and began establishing more permanent infrastructure, Izuku stood at the center of his new domain, the Beast King fully manifested in harmony with his human consciousness. The power that had once seemed alien now felt natural, not a burden or weapon, but simply part of who he had become. A hero still, though in a different form. A king by circumstance rather than ambition. And something new entirely, a bridge between worlds, between factions, between possibilities. The Beast King had claimed his crown, not one of thorns or subjugation, but of connection and balance. And with it, forged a path forward that honored both the world he'd left behind and the one he now helped shape. In the distance, Devil Queens gathered to discuss the future they would build together. And beside him stood Rias, her hand in his, ready to face whatever came next as equals and partners. The crown fit perfectly. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.